Hey, hey, what's happening, ladies? How y'all doing today? I hope everybody's doing their thing and living their best life. And you know that means a lot of different things for all of us, but we always wish for the best. We keep it real, we process the negative and get back positive. That's the thing with emotions, right? Let's be real, huh? Sometimes I feel so bad that when I want to talk to somebody about something I'm going through just to express my feelings, and they say you're being negative because you feel things. I don't think that's fair. What y'all think? Talk to me about that, ladies. Talk to me because that's a situation that I have going with a lot of different people that they don't want you to say how you feel, but at the same time, when you go to the doctors, what you say to the doctors? Tell me now. Tell me. So is that being negative? If you say I've been having a pain in my right hip for about a month now, oh, you're being negative. Oh, you don't have faith in God. That don't have anything to do with that. God is telling you should have been took your butt to the doctors. Am I right or am I wrong? What's happening? What's happening? Hey, Miss Quinn, I said hi to you in the Lynn chat the other day, and I guess you didn't see me. I'm like, what happened to my girl? What happened to Miss Quinn now? Come on now, this ain't YT ain't right without your sister. I'm like, hey, hey. Then I said, hey to Grace, but I guess you didn't see me because you were doing a lot of stuff with somebody that came on there trolling. So I get it, but what's happening? Love you all. I promise you. You guys are some of the best people that I've met, I can say, in my life personally and otherwise. But let's talk about it though, y'all. Let's talk about it because I be having these folks that come through. And you know what's so weird about it? People won't allow you to be you sometimes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. Like if I came on here, like well, how I come on here, and I'd be saying stuff like, man, it's been, a bunch of stuff going on here and I'm upset about it. People, oh, you're being negative. Oh, you need to think positive. Don't you say you walk with God? And the thing is, if somebody come in here and say, I lost a leg. Oh, listen, you can get into physical therapy. You see what I'm talking? Y'all know what I'm saying here. Come on now. Let's work this right here. Y'all know what's happening, people. We just just to see, I'm a conflict resolution person, so I stay in this kind of, realm of things, if you know what I mean. I stay with it. You get what I'm saying? So that's why I discuss it a lot because that's what we have everywhere. We got a lot of strife and a lot of issues everywhere. But it doesn't mean that you are a negative person. And also, if you're the type of person that like to keep it real, folks don't understand that that doesn't make you like a big mouth person, a two-faced person, or a person that they can't confide in just because they keeping it real about something. You know what I mean? It's not that even I'm a drag Miss Wendy Williams into this real quick if y'all know what I mean. Wendy Williams, for example, a lot of people, and I ain't gonna lie, she was getting down with it, but I didn't see that, that she was really doing that bad. You know what I mean? She just was calling it out. Y'all got your business out here in the road. I'm in the business of showing the business, with a coin attached to it, the lifestyle. Come on now, let's do it. We know what this is. That's why I keep saying, y'all, come on, people. Let's stop. And as I said before, let's call a spade a spade. We got a deck of cards here, right? A spade is a spade. No, it's not the joker. No, it's not the heart. It do what it do. Y'all know what's happening out here. And we just all keep that in mind and enjoy yourself, but just pay attention to what you're thinking about, and understand that it's okay to process your feelings. Everybody, because they process their feeling or speak about things that's going on, don't mean they're Debbie Downer or nowhere Nate. That's what because they always say Debbie Downers like towards female. So I said a nowhere Nate. That's just something I made up. It may sound a little corny, but at the same time, y'all know what to do. So what's happening, ladies? What y'all into? And even with me, I had a live going here, and when folks was talking about the Christmas situation, and a lot of people, they got upset with that. They didn't want to hear about Christmas, and then you say, oh well, they're Debbie Downer. Well, no, it wasn't that they're Debbie Downer. It's, I guess, something that they're going through. Then I got a lot of people. I said Merry Christmas. They said we don't celebrate. Happy Thanksgiving. We don't celebrate. Happy New Year. Hey, it's a new year for me every day. So what do you do? She says, it seems without the negative, we cannot fully appreciate the positive. Amen, Miss Lori. I'm glad I ran into you. It ran into some nest. That's what you know what? We can't love. We can't have love without hate. Love and hate will never be friends. You understand me? Real talk. What's up, The Witcher? How you doing? Thank you so much for coming. I keep trying to tell people that I don't think that it's meant to be any other way. I think that we have to experience both so that we can determine what our emotions consist of and process them and do what it do, because I promise you people don't understand. And when I be talking about this ain't about no drama or nothing crazy, you know what I'm saying? It's just having a chat about the reality that we live in life. It doesn't mean that, oh, every time I get on here, this girl, well, the thing is, I talk about it because that's the world I live in, for real, for real. You know what I mean? Thank you so much, Witcher. I love the way he said, greetings, my sister. Yes, sir, my brother. How you doing today? She said, Lori said, satisfied, I know to whom I can give it all to. Amen. See, that's what I'm talking about. And all of these conversations that we have here, these things help me so much, and it helps me help other people. Do you understand that sometimes we're put in predicaments of some of the most horrible things that you can imagine? And it's our cross to bear, but that happened to us so that we can have either testimony, or we can do this so that we'll be in strength to help someone else out during our suffering. Let's meditate on that right quick. Anything that we go through, good or bad, is not wasted. I promise you, I honestly believe that. And a lot of folks don't want to see. I want to get to the nitty gritty. You get what I'm saying? Just like, with me, I want to slide over in this corner a little bit to comfort others. Yes, ma'am, Betty. Yes, 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 ma'am. See, that's what I'm trying to say. But if I'm here, right, and I say, well, listen, I was telling, family member, gosh, I've been feeling bad these last couple of days, and I've been praying on it and I'm trying to get it together, but I just ain't been feeling good. Oh, well, you ain't got it together. When you believe in God, you ain't supposed to. Listen, y'all, we all know this ain't the promised land. Wake up, everybody. Mega Natalia, what's happening, beautiful lady? I appreciate you coming through. I hope you're doing well. You're awesome. Thanks for coming by to chill with us. 'Cause I got some beautiful people up in here, and we are the ones that like to keep it real, because see, I can't perpetrate the fraud, because see, I'm trying to live for reality, the real reality, not reality TV. You understand what I mean? The buck don't just stop here. You know what I'm saying? I want to go on. I don't want to just live this life. I want to live for eternity. You get where I'm coming from? And that's further way past this. And a lot of times when we hide stuff and stuff things away, they have a way of popping up and surprising us down the line. And then, a lot of people that keep saying, oh, you shouldn't say this or you shouldn't do that. But when you keep it in, what does it do to you? Right? When you keep it in, what does it do to you? And then also, why do we have so many different people that are in therapy? Well, if you're not supposed to express anything negative at all, being human. You get what I'm saying? How do we get past this? Do you know that you can have the simplest thing happen to you, and it just set your mood off? It's not just because you got set off. It's how you bring yourself back. And when you make mistakes, you repent. But I have times when I get up and I have, just say you're not just me, people that I work with around all this. You get up and what happened? You spill your coffee, or somebody cut you off on the road. You can't tell me. You can't tell me because you saved, sanctified with the Holy Ghost. You can't tell me sometimes, boom, I may got better at understand this kind of stuff, but it did raise an eyebrow. You feel me? Come on now. Come on. Come on. Let's understand the difference why we have the Holy Spirit and why we have the flesh. That's why I said, and I like people to understand where I'm coming from. When I say, like when I'm not here no longer, don't cry on my grave. Don't cry over my grave. That ain't it. And most people want you to be pleasant if they're not here any longer. But I mean it for a whole nother purpose, not just for you to be pleasant, but to let me rest in peace. How about that? To let me rest in peace. Believe me, if you're connected spiritually, that ain't nothing but flesh. And they said that ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and God will give you beauty for your ashes. So we got to think higher. But at the same time, we have to process our fleshly emotions. You get what I'm saying? Because sometimes people don't understand. You can't make a head decision with your heart, and vice versa. You understand what I'm saying? Something you need to do with your head, you're making a decision with your heart. Or something with your heart, you're making the decision with your head. And I'm gonna tell you, I just had somebody I ran into here at the Dollar Tree. Now I'm gonna tell you, she came up on me a little while, and she said, "Can I ask you something?" I said, "Ma'am, I don't work here." You know what I mean? And I wasn't even necessarily paying attention. I was processing and doing some things, and As I was walking off, she said, because I lost my money and I need some food. And I just kept going, and something told me to go back. Now I just bought a guy a coat, and I'm gonna do all of this forever. That's as long as I walk. I'm gonna, take care and love people. But something told me to go back, right? So I end up going back. Now you know the Dollar Tree, well, the $1.25 in Upsto ain't the Dollar Tree no more. So when somebody help you out, you're supposed to get what you need if you ask them to do you a favor. Well, she got, some expensive stuff in there, and I went on and paid for it. But before I got her stuff, another lady said she would help her too. So I told her, well, the lady said, get a carriage. And we said, get what you want. I'll pay for half and she'll pay for half. So I did that. I paid for half. The other girl paid for the other half. It wasn't no more than $11, but I'm just saying. And then after she left out the store, before she left out with the other lady, she got her stuff because they put the stuff in two separate bags because it was two separate purchases. And the lady, we were both, well, I was going back in to finish shopping because I put my carriage to the side because I wasn't done, but the other lady was leaving off. And she said, well, can one of y'all give me a ride? And I'm going to be honest with you. I wasn't done shopping. She was ready to go and the other lady was ready to go. So the lady told her she'll give her a ride, but I wouldn't have went that far because, see, I don't know the young lady, but I would have made sure I got her safely to a bus stop. You know what I mean? And gave her the money for the bus fare, but you got to be careful. You got to know how far to go with that. But thank the Lord that we were able to help this young lady out, no matter what it was. And then I got to tell you, it didn't stop there, y'all. I'm gonna say something here. Let me read the comments. She says, "Hope you have a wonderful day. You too, my dear Mega. You too, my dear Mega. That's so nice of you. Thanks. You too, love. So nice of you to stop by." I'm just typing in something sweet for her. I tell you, it's just so much stuff going on out here that we got to know where we at, and keep our heads up and pay attention to what's going on out here because I think a lot of us is lost in the sauce. You know what I mean? And basically, one of the let me see, one of the ladies, when I started getting ready, have a good one, when she was getting ready to, when I was, getting ready to get my stuff, she said to me, I said, I hope, you guys didn't misunderstand. There was the cashiers in there. Why I didn't give her a ride because, I don't know her, but I did help her. And she said, no, because she come in here all the time with people with the same thing. You already know what I'm talking about, don't you? Y'all know what I'm talking about. You get what I'm saying? It didn't bother me. I tried to think about it because you know how the devil do you. And I said, no, I did this out of the kindness of my heart, not to get praise from God and rewarded and none of that, because I want people to see that I'm working on my salvation, and being just a good person, period. But it's not just to get something, though. I realize that a lot of people do things to try to get rewards from God, or they want a bunch of people, oh, you're so sweet. Oh, you did. No, it wasn't that. It's just, it was a thing for myself. You know what I mean? Knowing that I'm doing halfway decent out here and working on it, working on it. She said the internal pressure brings out external actions. Must handle it properly. Amen, Miss Lori. Every day is a day for giving to others and yes, and ourselves. Amen. And that's what I keep trying to tell a lot of women, that what we do is we're so busy taking care of everybody else and we don't take care of ourselves. You know what I mean? We don't pay attention to what we need to do to get ourselves together, like halfway stepping with yourself, but you got everybody else straightened out and you're dealing with them properly and giving them what they need, but you're falling apart. You know what I'm saying? Bring obedience to God is what is important. That's right, being obedient to God. That's the whole thing. And sometimes you got to do something that you may not want to do, but it's not about you. You get what I'm saying? A lot of times we get out here and we got stuff going on, and it don't be about us though. Sometimes it's not about you. It's about you prospering and helping other people out and doing the right thing, period. Period. Because you're a steward. You're a child of God. And we got a lot of stuff going on, just like I had a family member from out of town living, somewhere different than I, and they basically was asking me how do I feel about what's going on with TD Jakes and all that kind of stuff like that. And I promise you, it's a wreck. But see, I'm gonna be honest with you. We have to say allegedly because we don't know what's happening with these people for real. For real, the only thing that we can do is look at the system And if the system is able to find enough evidence to prosecute these people, then so be it. But it's not up to us because we don't really know what's happening with that. But at the same time, it does shine a light on nobody's perfect and everybody ain't what you think they are just because they got money. You understand what I'm saying? People use certain power, especially with a lot of people in a lot of cases with religious stature. They use that as a manipulation tool and also to blindside people. But see, I keep telling people when you go to a church, you got to make sure that you know God for yourself the best that you can because it's easy to get up because people will use all kinds of tools to try to manipulate you in life. But a lot of times when people go to church, they feel that they're at, God's house. And see, one thing about it, a building does not make a church, that's not what makes it a church. It's the spirit of God in there. And a lot of times you may go into a lot of places that don't have, the anointing in there. It's just a place that people are congregating together, but they're not really serving Lord. And He's obviously He's in us spiritually. That's not what I mean. I'm just saying everybody in church ain't necessarily saved, and we have to be careful too as people out here the way we use that cliche. The cliche I'm talking about is how people say you got one foot in church and one foot in the street. Now, I'm gonna tell you, I look at that two ways, y'all, and y'all correct me if y'all feel that I'm coming off wrong, but I look at that two different ways, and the two different ways I look at it is right. You don't want to keep playing the game just because God is forgiven doesn't mean that we can keep sinning. But at the same time, I know a lot of people that got one foot in the church and one out the door. You know why? Because they're working on their salvation. They may not have. Excuse me. Let me get right here. They may have not made it. Ooh, made it as far as you have. So you can't judge their walk or their travel. And what do I say when I mean that? Well, this person's been an alcoholic. They're trying to recover from the alcohol. They're trying to get God in their life. So they may pop up at church here and there and then go back and get drunk again. What do we say about that? We pray for them and mind our business. That's what we do. You see what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. That's somebody struggling with their salvation, and only God can judge that, not us. And then you get some people that pretend they in church to play people for a fool and live in a down low, sneaky kind of life with something and think they fooling, they fooling God, but they're not. That you can't fool God. You may fool the rest of the congregation and whoever else around you, but you definitely cannot fool God. And that's the whole thing. That there's nothing done in secret. And I was in a live last night, and Sister Lynn was saying the same thing I was saying. Well, they said what's done in the dark. It's not never in the dark for God. You know what I mean? It's never in the dark because God already, He created you. So He know what you're going to do before you do it. Now He wants to try to deter you before you make that move. But even if you do, it ain't no surprise to Him. But the best thing you can do about that is try to repent and get yourself together. That's all you can do is try to repent, get yourself together and start over again. Striving to draw God closer have fallen short, and we're going to keep falling short. And you're saying that right, Miss Lori. We're going to keep falling short. You know why? Because we're born in sin. This is not the promised land. You understand? This is where the mistakes can be made, and then we got to get a point to get together if we want to live forever. You understand? See, people don't get that. This is where it's at. This is where it at. Even with Jesus going to the cross, a lot of folks don't seem to understand that a lot of this stuff hurts God just as well as it hurts us. How do you think He felt? What did He tell? Let me see what she's saying. For His forgiveness. Yes, His forgiveness and mercy and favor. Yes, ma'am. Just like when people be in places around me and they say, "Oh, I got lucky. I found, I was looking for the washing powder and I was lucky. There was only one box left." You didn't get them. You didn't get luck. That was God giving you favor, and undeserved mercy. You understand what I mean? Because we don't deserve anything. We're stewards here. We got to guide our way to where we need to be, but people don't understand that this is where it's at. And a lot of people don't get it when it comes to stuff like this. They really don't. She said, "Thank God for it." Because I look at it like this: my mistake is my cross to bear, and no matter what, just like being if you're a parent, you try to make sure your kids, you don't want them to suffer and go through things, but sometimes they have to fall on their own sword. You get what I'm saying? And that means that we have to let them learn on their own, whether it's kids, a family member, even grown folks. And I keep trying to tell people that you don't just be under peer pressure as a child. I've seen grown women 40, 50 years old and older all up under some peer pressure at a job where you got to sit with this group all the time and you got to take breaks with them and coffee. And if you don't, you feel like you don't fit in. I mean, come on, come on. We got a whole lot to work on here. But I tell you what, those are not the things that's going to keep you from going to heaven. I'm gonna tell you, even if people have committed murder, and that wasn't enough stuff to stop them from going to heaven. What did God do with Moses? You see what I'm saying? What did God tell Adam and Eve? You see, you get where I'm coming from. They had the kids, Cain and Abel. One brother killed the other brother. What happened with them? You understand what I'm saying? People don't understand what happened over there in Solomon and Gomorrah. What happened? What happened? Why was that destroyed? Why did God tell Noah to build the ark and flooded that out? What's going on? How do you think God feels when He's trying to give us everything? That's why Jesus went to the cross. And it still ain't been enough for folks because folks are still clowning out here and acting a fool. And I think that sometimes some of these folks here, they don't get it. They're not there yet. And some people, that's what they want. They don't want to understand or comprehend or have God in their life. They want to get out here and be able to do what they want to do. And they know that if they're a believer, that they're not going to be able to do a lot of things that they want to do. But just because you are a Christian, it doesn't mean that you can't have fun and live life and enjoy things. It's just what you do and how you do it. And no one comes before Him. And I keep telling people that you praise in a car, a house, and then gave God a bit of thank you. Or a lot of times when we attend church, whether it be the pastor, the monk, or whoever that's running the service, a lot of people are so quick to, look at this pastor as if he's God and not even call on God at all. They calling out the pastor as if he's God, and the pastor is just really a vessel that the God uses to speak to people. Hey, Miss 50, how you doing? Over 50 and fabulous. Yes, indeed. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. How you doing today? How are you? I'm just here chatting it up because I'm telling you, when you start getting these kind of feelings like this, you got to get up. You got to get up and speak to somebody. You know what I mean? Just like I can tell, and I'm not trying to be shady or nothing like that. I'm gonna keep it real. I realized this young lady that me and two women helped out in the store today. She conned both of us. I found out after the fact, but the cashier seen us helping the woman and she didn't say anything. So I feel that it was meant to be, for us to help her. But she played us. We learned afterwards what really went down. You know what I'm saying? I hope you're doing well, Miss Lady. It's nice to see you. We got another day to see what's happening out here in the world and what's going on. I tell you, it's a lot. It's a lot, honey. And it's hard because I know a lot of us, that are believers, it's hard to stay, polished up all the time. And I say that with breaking down, being very humble, and I promise you, because when the girl first came up on me in the store, she kind of startled me a little bit, and she said, excuse me." I said, "I don't work here because see, I don't fool around with all these strangers out here in the streets. You feel where I'm coming from? I don't play with it. You know what I'm saying?" And I just told the story, but Miss Lynn wasn't here when I said it, and she's as I was walking off, she said, "Well, I lost my money and I need some food." And I kept walking. I turned and went in another aisle, and something told me to go back to help her. But by the time I went back to help her, there was another lady that was helping her out. So we decided to go half on the stuff that we were getting for her. Then she asked for a ride. Now I'm gonna tell you that's where I parked my bus right there because see, I don't know this woman, but I would have helped her get to the bus stop and gave her some money, but I wasn't gonna get her in the car because I didn't know where she was coming from. You get what I mean? So I paid for half of the stuff and another woman paid for the rest of her stuff. But then after she, because I wasn't leaving anyway, but the other lady was leaving. So I went back in the store shopping, and by the time I got up to the register, and I said to the cashier, I'm kind of familiar with her. I didn't. It's not that I didn't want to give her a ride, but I don't know her. She said, "No, that girl's in here all the time with the same thing." So you already know what she was doing, meaning that she didn't necessarily need any help. She runs a con like that on people. So she got me for about $11 because the Dollar Tree ain't the Dollar Tree no more. You get what I'm saying? But I know where it's at and why I did it and why that happened. And it's all good because see, that's going to be her cross to bear later on down the line because she may find herself. And I'm not wishing this for her. I pray that whatever she's doing, she stopped doing it because see, somebody gonna run up on her again that she played like that and may bust her up. You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying that's right, but some people will come for you. I spent my last $10 and I'm struggling with food stamps or whatever the case may be, and you lied and robbed me, and they told me that you come in the store conning people, and I need the milk for my kids. You know what I'm trying to tell you. So with that being said, it went down in the DMs. You get what I'm saying? So you try to do what you can. She said, your intentions were pure. God sees that. See, and that's the whole thing. That's what it was all about anyway. And whatever she's doing, I'm not even gonna judge her, y'all. I'm gonna keep it real. But see, what I will say is she might run up on the wrong one though. You see what I'm saying? See, everybody ain't the same. You get what I mean? Some people will come up on you and bust you down for getting crazy with them. Just like I had me and a family member, we went to a Dollar Tree one time here that at a time that we usually don't go to that one often, and we went at a time that we normally don't go. It was a little late in the evening, and I'm gonna keep it real. As soon as we got out the vehicle and started walking, the guy tried to come up on us. He wanted to test my gangster. I'm gonna tell you now. Let's be real. I'm gonna tell you now. He wanted to test my gangster. All right. And I said, just like this, and we kept walking. He kept trying to come up on us. I said, I'm gonna tell you one thing, honey. Run up over here, you're gonna get circumcised again. That's all I'm saying. You should have seen how he should have seen. I know he probably don't remember that happening to him as a child if his mother got that done, but I know he know what it means. Don't play with it. Don't test the gangster. You understand what I'm saying? Just because I'm, walking with God don't mean I'm a fool now. And I'm going to let anybody run up on me. Y'all get this twisted, especially trying to deal with a female, trying to walk up on all aggressive, grabbing your crotch and all that. Man, you got the wrong one. I'm not going to stand here and have a beef. But we were walking. You know what I'm saying? But he kept like he trying to get up on us. I was like, you know what? Let me just roll up on this brother right quick and let him know what time it is. Let's just keep walking. But like I said one thing and we went on in the store. I started not to even bother to go in the store, but I said, you know what? We out here in the world. I got my piece. I'm licensed to carry. It would it do? Hey, I'm sorry. Sorry. Let me see. She said, "Yeah, forget that. Person helped you. Then they can see the hustle. So maybe drawbacks and rolling up on the one. That's right. Rolling up on the wrong one, Miss. Oh my gosh. Yes, Miss 50. You got that right. She said, keeping us focused while extended help. Do what you can while you can. We do not know our future. That's what I'm saying. Because see, the same way I help somebody, they may need some help, and like I said before, these people be out here bugging out, just like you were saying, Miss Lynn. You were saying last night about this guy talking about he coming over to your house. But listen, let me tell you something. You like surprises? Come on over. You like surprises? Stop through here. Come on. People do not understand how you get down, and people don't get it because you get on here and you be a good person and you talk about God. People don't understand that God didn't make no fools. You get what I'm saying? We're not fools. And you think that because somebody kind of tell you a little bit about their life on YT that you don't know that I got so and so up in the something in the closet over here, or I got a family member that comes and stay here sometime. You think you finna run up in here? You don't know that I'm fully loaded. That's what I'm saying. Wake up to the reality. Wake up. So I have to be careful. My God, shield and protect us from all harm. Yes, and that's the thing, Miss Lori. That's the thing. Sometimes, we gotta, God will tell you how to have yourself protected and shield as well too, so that you'll be ready for it. That's right. Come on. That's what I'm saying, Miss Lynn. I keep trying to tell people, listen, don't stay ready so you don't have to get ready. You understand what I'm saying? Rewind. What you say? Yeah, this number has been disconnected. You get what I'm saying? You got the wrong one, and I promise you, you will learn today. You will definitely learn today. You will. It's gonna be a birthday. I keep trying to tell people, you do not. I'm gonna tell you, this pastor, this pastor was in the store and he was saying something. He was in the store and he was telling the guy that he wanted to get a case of something, but he needed them to give him one of them trolley type of things because it wouldn't fit in the carriage. And the guy kept telling him, "Well, you got to wait a minute because I'm busy." So the guy, the pastor was waiting, and the guy finally, it was empty. I mean, the customers had already went through, and he said, "Well, can you help me now?" "Well, I can't right now because it's my break." And he said, "But you just told me to wait a minute." And he said, "Let me tell you something." He said, "Just because, now listen to me, y'all." He said, "Just because I'm saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Ghost, that won't stop me from jumping over the counter and kicking you in your butt. Go get the trolley." Okay. And who is that? Pastor. And what would anybody else say? The super Christian? Oh, what kind of pastor? Honey, listen, what kind of pastor are you looking for? What are you talking about? Is a pastor human? Or do you think what do you think a pastor is? Do you think pastor is God and that's why this man can't say what he said? I'm gonna say some words. I'm gonna say some words once in a while. Yes, I am. God didn't look at us as having our bodies and stuff as our temples, but there's a lot of people that are alcoholics. Unfortunately, God don't want you doing that. But people got a lot of problems with some stuff that God know they're struggling with. And it's not up to us to say, well, you know what, because you drink or you smoke cigarettes, you ain't gonna make it into heaven. That's not necessarily what God wants you to do. But I promise you, we do not know what other people's salvation is. That's why we got to stop running our mouths and stop acting like we running the show and that we know more than anybody else, because that's not what it's about. You got to realize you're human too, and all the little things you think you do in secret because other people don't know, but God knows you're doing it. And some of it is not necessarily bad stuff, but don't throw a rock and hide your hand. You get down like this too, or you have. And you can't tell me that just because you're a certain place right now with your, being a Christian, you can't tell me that I can't get there, but you can't tell me you can out Christian me because we serve through Jehovah, because we serve through Pentecostal. And look what's going on with this stuff, as I was just saying before about with the pastor here. And I'm not judging him allegedly. All of the stuff with P. Diddy, is any of y'all shocked, or y'all think y'all blinded by the money? Just like even, look, allegedly with Michael Jackson stuff. She said, we read what we sow. Amen. Just like with the Michael Jackson stuff all them years ago. I know he ain't here no more, but you have to use these things for example. You want the mother that allegedly said something happened to her son. She said she was at his mansion or whatever too. He had her son and a bunch of kids that were coming for a sleepover, and she got invited along, and she stayed in another quarters down the hall. And I'm gonna say this a few different ways, so please don't misunderstand, because we're all different types of mothers and people, and at different levels of comprehension and what we do, what we trust. So I'm not judging nobody, but generally, for the most part, I'm trying to say this the right way. Who's going to let their child sleep in a room with a grown man that they don't even know other than his money and talent? I'm just saying that. So we got to be clear on that. I don't care if you down the hall. Why would a grown man want children sleeping in his room? Period. Period. Big dot. Period. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, the perspective is different, Miss 50. And that's the whole thing that I don't understand is, and so we go here and say, well, what was wrong with that mother? Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of these people are pimping these kids out. Let's keep it real. Let's look at that first. And then we have the naive. You know what they say, God protects fools and babies. Come on, y'all. Let's rise up to this occasion and understand what's going on here. Do you know that with me being out here in the world and keeping other people, kids, having kids, that I have certain type of boundaries with different stuff. Once these kids start getting a certain age, they ain't taking no bath together no damn more. Come on. Come on. Hello. Hello. What are we talking about? Pee pee, pop pop. Yeah, yeah, you know that. Yours look different than hers. So what the hell y'all in the talk together for now? It's over. Do you understand? You have to check siblings and make sure they ain't getting goofy in there with each other. Yes, they're blinded. Yes, ma'am, Miss Lori. You got to teach these kids. How do you expect the system to teach your kids stuff that you need to teach them at home? How often or how soon do you take the time to tell your kids the difference between a good touch and a bad touch? Why do you have to tell them that? Because there's good and evil in the world. Love and hate will never be friends. Hello, people. Are we talking here? Or are we playing games? Are we perpetrating the fraud? Talking the talk but can't walk it. Think about it. People don't understand. This is a problem here. Anybody could tell you from the get right out the gate. When you start potty training your kids, you already give them a name for their private and their boo boo. Get what I'm telling you? Come on, come on. Think about it. You already tell them right off the bat, and you have to let them know. Why do you have to let them know? To make sure nobody don't touch them down there. No other sibling, none of that. Why would a girl be walking around here with a see-through nightgown on with brothers and stuff in the house? Why would I be walking around as a woman with a see-through nightgown on with kids in the house as a decent person? But see, some people don't got that home training. And I know y'all see, and I'm not judging nobody. I'm just saying what is right, what is wrong, what is the Old Testament, what is the New Testament? What are we doing? What are we doing here though? How do everybody keep creating making God suit their purpose? Miss Lynn was talking about some of this last night, and I was talking about it too earlier in the day myself. How do you make this work for you? I got one of these YouTubers, and I'm not talking disrespectful about nobody, but I'm just saying the son is struggling, and the daughter emotionally because their mother is wearing certain type of clothes when she come up to their schools, nipples showing, thongs and all that. Where do we draw the line at though? What do we do? Do we say, well, that's her kid, that's her kids, and that's her business? Yes, you do. But is it appropriate for the place? No, you're not going to a job interview wearing Daisy Dukes and a crop top, are you? Were you getting hired to be a cross? I mean, somebody to help at the beach. I mean, what it really? Just think about it. We got to get this. Some of this stuff is just it's not what it is, and everything is not about judging someone. It's the right perspective to see things. Hey Mimi, how you doing? It's all right. Good morning. No, you ain't interrupting, honey. Come on in and hang out or pop by or whatever you want to do. It's all good, my dear. But yeah, I don't know what we got going on here, but I tell you one thing, that people don't understand rapture, honey. People don't understand this is about to go down and it's happening right now. That's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. All of this stuff that God is trying to tell us is happening right now. But the people are not waiting for a specific moment so that they're gonna get themselves together and all that. That's not how it goes. You understand what I'm saying? When that bell rings, it's a wrap. And then for each one of us personally, for our souls, not just our kids, because you can't get saved for your son, daughter, aunt, cousin. You understand what I'm saying? You have your own individual relationship with God. And people don't understand this thing is going down. Y'all, everybody ain't paying attention to the real stuff in the world that's happening, that's falling apart. People are not listening. It ain't just, oh, COVID-19. How many did y'all really think that this is a plague? Y'all think that this is the first plague? Did y'all look in the Bible when Moses was going to the Pharaoh saying, free my people? Come on. What was he telling him? They had frogs. He turned into the water red. I mean, come on, y'all. Think about it. Come on. This is not brand new, but see, when you're running around here perpetrating and pretending that you're doing this with the God and that and all that, you can tell. I can see you. I can see you're not really in. You're transparent. You're not really in it. Because if you are, you would be ready more better than what you are. Anybody ready about the nail shot? Who going to the nail shot? What's going on with your soul and spirit? Do you understand that when you die, your spirit separates from the body? All of the stuff that you're dealing with right now in the flesh has nothing to do with your spirit. You understand what I'm saying? That's a whole separate category. But if you playing the game and making stuff work and writing a new Bible for yourself, this is the education you're gonna get. Zero. You get what I'm saying? You're not doing nothing. Who are you? What's going on here? Do we have anything though that we all can say and collectively agree on that there is a God? Okay, well, how is he more your father than mine? Because I decided to say that if I didn't go to church to get I didn't go to church to get a religion. You understand what I'm saying? And sometimes you can't even go there. I know when they say two or more agree and serve as a fellowship, but who you with up in here though? This is one land with this one with that one. You need something, can't nobody help you out? And I've even been in places where you had these usher and they so quick to scurry you out. You can't even cough 3 times and they telling you got to go outside. Well, go outside for what? You scuffling around with them runt over dress shoes with tassels and then them pants dragging to the floor. The pastor wouldn't even get you a belt, but you praising him and you ain't even called God one time. Where are you? This is what I'm saying. Where are you? What are we doing here? And you keep trying to have, even when I be out having conversations, I remember talking with two other women in the store. We all three of us started talking about church. We was in Walmart, as a matter of fact, and we had a good session there. But they had things I didn't believe in, and then stuff I was saying they didn't believe in. But I keep telling them, I don't care if you saying you Jehovah Witness, you Pentecostal. If you stick your hand in the fire, we're all going to get burnt. Can we agree on that? Can we agree on that our Father is all of our fathers? That makes us brother and sister. Can we agree on that? Yes. Okay. So if you want to go back to your church and you said that because you Jehovah Witness, you can't donate blood because you got a dying son, blah blah blah. This one's saying that they can't wear skirts over their knees, and if they put on jewelry, okay, hey, good luck with it. But that's not how I'm doing it. And it's nothing wrong if that's what you want, but you got to be careful though, because sometimes this stuff y'all making up for yourself is the devil got you confused and mixed up. You got to pay attention to that because you can't out God anybody. It don't go like that. What's for you is for you, and what's for me is for me. There ain't nobody got no time jealous of what? Jealous of what? Because you went and got an implant? Well, what does that have to do with me? I'd rather use the money to get some bills taken care of or to help somebody out struggling. You understand what I'm saying? Just like Miss Lady here was talking about this rich man talking about building a bunker. Now, to all of the people we got, see, this is why people don't understand either what free will means. We got so many people that trillionaires out here, and then so many people that is out here completely with no water. And if everybody would use that free will properly, I believe in the world we won't have a lot of other people out here that's struggling, don't got no medical insurance, ain't got no house to live in, no running water. It's God's going. I'm telling you, all this is about to drop. People are not paying attention to, like we said, all these big mega churches out here. What's really going on here? This person here come and tell you, we struggling, we need a new refrigerator. Okay, now what you would say, which is a good thing, because some churches have to do that if it's that tight like that. I'm just giving an example now, y'all. Well, y'all, can y'all put a extra offering in the plate for the Sims family? I'm just making up a name for the Sims family because they struggling and they need a new refrigerator. So put an extra offering. Okay, that's nice for the congregation to get together to help out. But Pastor, your wallet's fat. Your wallet's fat. What are you doing? You just got a new $5,000 chandelier put in over there. What are you doing with the money? Do y'all anybody know that? Come on, what y'all doing here? Yes, ma'am. And you know what I'm talking about, Miss 50. You know what I'm talking about, Lynn and Lori. What you saying is what it is. Come on, just look at this, what's going on. Don't y'all see some of this stuff is too extraordinary? Some of this stuff is not necessary to have a house that's supposed to be with Jesus in it. That's a whole spiritual thing. Nobody don't care. I'm not saying not to have a decent place with a bathroom and stuff, but do you see what's going on here? And these people are saying master, not pastor. Hello, hello. Can anybody hear me? You understand what I'm saying? They're not saying pastor, they're saying master. People are falling all down to the ground with all of these people like they're gods, and these people ain't even got your back. They're not helping you out. You're running around here scritching around, pastor, pastor, pastor. What? Okay, well, what is he helping you with? I remember this one church that, and it's been around for a long time. And I promise you, so many times I started to go to it, but something told me not. And once I got an understanding of what was going on there, that was nothing but God keeping me from getting myself caught up in something. You understand what I mean? Even though I know who God is, I didn't even deserve to put my foot in the door. You understand what I mean? Way beyond that. She said, "Be yourself, man." Yes, ma'am. Hello, Miss Judy May. How are you today? How's your brother doing? I hope you are doing well. Thank you so much for coming. We just having some chat up in here about reality and life and whatever else. Because I'm telling you, you know what? That's one thing I realized about myself long time ago coming up through these trenches. I'm not for everybody. You get what I'm saying? And a lot of people ain't for you, especially when you can be transparent, but people like to think you crazy or you got a big mouth that they can't confide in you. You saying too much stuff. You shouldn't speak about it. But what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to do what you say to do? Because a lot of times when you tell me to do something, when I look in the Bible, it says something totally different. So what you wrote your own book? Because what I'm doing, I think I'm lining up all right with the word that I believe in, and I'm not saying that I'm here preaching to nobody, but I promise you, I don't have to have a doctorate to know God. Do you understand what I mean? A title, a fancy car, 4 or 5 houses. You understand? God ain't gonna say, "Oh, well, you're gonna go to heaven because you Beyonce." Come on now, because she's talented and you homeless. Let's wake up. Let's do better than this. This is so sad and messed up. She says he is still the same. We are trying to find a facility for him to go to rehab. I'm going to be listening while I'm trying to wrap up. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, Judy May. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hope you just process it the best you can. Because see, a lot of times people don't understand. We got love and hate. We deal with all kinds of emotions every day of our lives. The funniest things that you be thinking of, and people don't realize you got to pay attention to what you're thinking. Sometimes it can set the mold for you for the whole day because you're thinking something negative. Because I used to have some aggravating stuff that want to come on me and worry me to death when I first get up. It always be the devil. See, and they don't think, oh, well, you must. And when you say this, the first thing people, oh, she must have done something bad. Oh, she got something on her. She got that negative stuff. It ain't what it is. It's the devil. Y'all act like y'all don't be experiencing this stuff out here in the world. People sit here and want to clown around and smile so hard you can see their cavities like everything is Gucci all the time. And it ain't. It's a struggle. So grandparents with their greatest school education that have more knowledge of the Bible. Yes, ma'am. And I'm telling you, Miss Lynn oh honey, you just put the coat over my cold shoulders. Yes, ma'am. And that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Girl, I'm just saying, oh my gosh. And that's what I keep saying too. We are our kids' best teachers out here in a lot of different ways. Because I'm looking at, I'll give you an example. I'm gonna go back old school Barney. And see, when I was coming up back in the days, we had, Barney, Electric Company, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, Atari, all them old school games. You know what I'm saying? Standing in faith. That's right. In God's time. Amen. Yes, ma'am, Miss Lori. And that's the same thing that I keep trying to say. What's going on with the children? First of all, you get these parents that they want to run up here and try to quickly cuss a child's teacher out or the principal out, and you sent some messed up product up in the school. What do I mean by that? Because your kids are a product of your environment. What are you doing in your house? Oh, Shakisha, Lori, Sandra, go up on my dresser and get my blunt and my lighter. What? Dad, little Mike, go in the kitchen and get me a beer. Little John, go in there and grab my scotch out the living room. What the hell? What are you doing? And then they show up in school. They're not bringing just their personality. 5 years old, starting kindergarten. They bringing their drunk daddy and their mom with a drug problem up to the school, and that's who you see in your student. Then when this kid start acting a fool, first thing they tell you, you need to take your kid somewhere and get them therapy and get them on medications. And a lot of times, ain't even nothing wrong with the kids. It's the product of their environment. They're a product of their environment and what you allow them to watch on TV. Now, ain't nothing wrong with your child getting a little lesson here and there. Ain't nothing wrong with that. She said, "Oh, she said, ain't nothing wrong with your children learning something from Barney, but why do Barney got to teach them everything? Why haven't you showed your kids ABC 1, 2, 3? When you got little Billy or little Sally wanting to play around with the broom and the dustpan, let them do it. The reason why they're doing it is because they're curious, they're getting around the house, but they also see you doing it. Let them play with it and see what they learn. You sit here and I get it. If you want them to watch a positive program, see that I see it every day. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Miss Mimi. And if you look at it for what it's worth, when do you take the time? So I'll just say, for instance, well, you know what? It's good for the kids to have something educational on TV. Okay, yeah, but look at it now. I remember, back in the days, kids used to get outside, have a paper route. If they lived somewhere it snowed, they shovel for people. They played a lot of outdoors game. Now these kids are so into these cell phones and tablets that they can walk right out in the street texting and don't even realize what the heck is going on. And not just the kids, the grown folks too. But why has your child got to learn everything about what they need to know from a program? Now, who wouldn't want their kids to have a good show? We all like a good show. Who wouldn't want to have a good show on TV? There's nothing wrong with watching something good, but if that's their only source of understanding, what are you doing though? So I'll just say, for instance, well, I know I got to get in here and cook, and I don't want the kids in my way, so I'm gonna put the program on, okay? And then you got a cat, dog, or whatever in the house. You got a gate. Put a gate up, then keep them out the kitchen. But what are you doing to occupy them on a regular basis other than you spending some time with them? Do you know how many kids? Oh yeah, we got 2 or 3 houses, we got nice cars, clothes, food, but my mother ain't never hugged me before. You understand what I'm trying to say? I don't remember them telling me that they love me. You're not doing this. You see what I'm saying? You're not paying attention. All of these things are the fundamentals of being family and loved and taught something. You can teach your kids ABC 1 through 3. They don't got to be Barney. It don't have to be Peppa Pig. You're missing in action. You want the rest of the world to do your work for you. And then when you start having problems and they tell you to come up here, the first thing they telling you, the kids got a diagnosis, and it's not that. Some people got kids with a diagnosis and on medication just because they had lack of love. They ain't teaching them nothing. Abuse up inside the house. And a lot of times you think, oh well, she didn't see him hit me in the eye and I put some makeup on it. And then when your kids get a certain age, honey, or their behavior is a certain kind of way, and they go to a therapist, and they're gonna tell them, well, they said that, the husband was choking you the other night, or you hit the husband in the head. The kids be knowing this kind of stuff. You're not parenting. Just because you got an egg and some fluid, up in you, that don't make you no parent. People don't understand that this stuff with these kids, and I promise you, this ain't easy. Being a parent, and one thing about it, you're gonna be a parent the rest of your life. And I'm not talking about just because your kids have kids. I'm talking about because when you have your child, period, you're gonna always be their parent, and they're gonna always need you. So it's not about, oh, I can't wait till they get grown. It's out there, honey. Listen, sometimes it's worse than when they were little and more dependent on you. And then also too that we was touching base with and that like Miss Lynn was saying this in her life, so I'm not trying to take over her conversation, but this is stuff that I got written down in the book that I discussed because I've been through a lot of this living in these houses and stuff with family and things, and I'm not throwing nobody under the bus. I'm not throwing a rock to hide my hand or none of that. But I'm telling you, some of these folks when they get into grown stuff, you got to stay out of people's business. The only time that I've ever got in anybody adult's business that was in my family, whether it be a child or or like a cousin or somebody, is if they ask me for help. And when they do, I'm not finna go over here and go off on your girlfriend, your partner, none of that. If you saying, listen, I got to get up out of here. I'm going through some things. I can listen to you talk and try to tell you, I hope you to work it out. But to go over and try to take over and run somebody's life, it ain't necessary. They got to do what they got to do to get through what they're going through. But if they need you to come, and stay at your house for a while because they done got into it and they need to chill there for a couple of days, ain't nothing wrong with that. But I'm gonna tell you one thing: who that you trying to run from better not come to my door with it. Cause see, that's when I can say something. Hello, hello. Oh yes, sir. Yes, sir. What? Yes, sir. She may have been calling you all kinds of dumb man and you ain't nothing or she's a bee and blah 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 at your place. But if you trying to come over here and stay at my house, they can't bring that to my door. See, then that's when I'm gonna say something because you coming to my door with it. Other than that, honey, mind your business. Because you lose it all when you open up your mouth. You lose it all. And you have to be careful because I got so many family members right now that I had to love them from a distance because they're in a situation like that that really they could get out of it if they really wanted to in some cases, and some of them just caught up. You understand what I'm saying? Rather, this man got you so messed up that you so happy the way he rocked that headboard or eating under that two-legged table that you damn blind. Come on, come on, come on. Think about it. Come on. We know what this is. Let's say it. Say it. You can't figure out, oh, why ain't this working out in the other part? Which because it's based on sex. That's why. That's why ain't nobody got no job or helping pay no daggone bills. You know what I'm talking about? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Miss Lori and Miss Lynn. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it stops at my door because see, they think they're gonna come over to your house and start bashing that person. You know how it is when you got a woman or a man that's hiding from the other partner or whatever, and they think because they done ran them in the ground, they can come at your door with that. See, that's when you can get involved in. Other than that, I don't be in nobody else's business. But I tell you one thing. I don't care what he got banging up against that headboard. If he ain't got enough decency to take these damn kids to the doctor sometime to get their immunization shot and register from school shit, he ain't got to eat nothing over here. You understand what I'm trying to explain to you? The headboard can bang by itself. I can rock it a little bit. I don't need him. You get what I'm trying to explain to you? People are not paying attention to that. What are you in the relationship for? Are you paying attention to what's coming with the man or the woman? Did you guys discuss this? Did y'all get AIDS tests before y'all even start laying up with each other? What are you looking for? Oh, he put it down. Yeah, put down what? Okay, he put down what? Oh, in the bedroom. Oh, okay. But what about did he put down anything towards the rent, the mortgage, the grocery? Did he put any of the kids to sleep tonight? You're waiting for him, but the kids got to go in the room for what? What have you done with the kids all day? You worried about this man, or vice versa. A lot of good guys. This is what I can't stand, and I promise you, in my family, the majority, and I'm not bragging because a lot of them in my family, I haven't even grown up around, but I know how they are. They're good men, and all of them seem to get these dog. Oh boy, man, listen, I'm trying to keep it down. Hey, Katie, how are you? Thank you so much for coming. You know how many of these men in my family, and I ain't bragging because all of them may not be what they maybe they fooling me, but I'm gonna be honest. I know what the playing field is out here. You feel me? And the majority they getting dog walked by these women, and they know they ain't with nothing. They know the woman ain't hitting on nothing. Do you understand? And a lot of them are good men that's in a trap. A lot of them are situational where they can't get out of it because they thinking she gonna change. A lot of them can't get out of it because they don't want to leave her and then get caught up with child support and can barely keep an apartment for themselves. You get what I mean? It's hard. Thank you so much, Katie. I know that's your ninja channel. Getting down with Bert with that one, huh? What did she say? Oh, some of these mamas bring that man in their lives with them only knowing weeks. Yes, some men look for the woman with the kids. Yes, yes, yes. Superficial does not last. Yes, Miss Lori, and yes, Miss Lynn. And let me tell you something. These women here, you know what? When you said that, Miss Lynn, the first thing I looked at, a lot of men. I remember this case that was going on here. This man was with this woman, and I'm telling you, he got in there with this woman and got both of her teenage daughters pregnant. Do you know that these men like this, they deliberately pick women with kids because they know you're vulnerable, and they know what games they're playing. A lot of them are pedophiles. You understand what I'm saying? And they get you right in there with them where you allow them to do anything they want up in your house. Pedophiles. And that's why they pick you. And then what do you see? This is what I don't understand about these with these situations. What are you looking for out here? That's what I'm saying. Have mercy because you're giving them to this man. You ain't known this man. You done went out to the club, right? You done went out to the club. And a lot of times you may have somebody babysitting at your house, or you may have your kids at somebody else's house, and you don't pick them up to the next morning. But then by the time you get this man congregated up in your house, you don't even know him though. You don't even know him just because he ate up on the two-legged table last night and had you screaming out. That justifies him being a decent man and that he can be in the house. And then who's calling who daddy? How many of this? What are we? Why we? What's going on? What are you doing here? You're basing, first of all, the relationship that you started with this man. We won't even title it as a relationship. Booty call. Let's just be real. Booty call. Okay. Let's just say what it is. Brought the devil home. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Miss Lynn. Brought the devil home because see, right now he already finished. He already know that he got you turned out because of how materialistic you are. He already know that he got you first of all because how quick he was able to get you. And see, then you sit there hot and heavy under the influence, telling all your business. He said, allowing the fox in the hen house. Amen. 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 And you looking at this thinking it's a sheep, but you can see something about their teeth and their eyes that this may not be a sheep, but yet you still leading them to a new gate. Because see, they already ran through you. So now you're leading them to a new gate. What's that? Your children. What are you doing here? Why? This is what I don't understand. And why do all of these people keep having? And I promise you, we got a lot of dummies out here. Unfortunately, I don't mean to say it like that. We got a lot of uneducated females out here. They're seeking the pipe. You understand what I mean? They're not looking to even find another man, to get real good, decent man for a change that could be a possible stepfather and go through the steps of old fashioned courtship. And I promise you, I have some of mine that are still virgins in their 20s. Their value is different. Their relationship with God is different. They have proceeded better than any of us in the family. You understand what I'm saying? And these women seem like a lot of them, I promise you, some of them is dumber than the doorknob. Some of them is horny in the heat. And then these guys, what happened to the nice guys that keep getting with these women though? They got 3 or 4 kids, all this baby daddy drama. She hot, popping, don't give a damn about nothing, and you stuck with the kids half the time, and ain't none of them yours. And then she finally squeeze in for you one for you when it looked like she want to have a save it baby. You know them ones like that, the ones that have that save it baby because they feeling that you know what he getting ready to leave me. So if I have a child by him and he been good to my 7 kids that ain't his, he definitely ain't going nowhere. Now you're in the trap. And what y'all guys be doing, thinking y'all having somebody else's kids call y'all daddy? You're not helping this woman out. She need to get her perspective right in life. You're not being a good parent. And what man you want to go? Why you want to go up in some woman's house and lay up with her and her 3 or 4 other kids? Do you even got an HIV test? I don't give a damn if we saying we using condoms. What if it break? Yeah, y'all not doing this is the problems that we have that become societal problems for the rest of the world. Because this woman here, she ain't got no plans for nothing long term. And what they say, the song say, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. You already know what this is. This one girl here that we got on YouTube, I don't know what's going on with her, but every time you turn around, she's pregnant again. Every time you turn around, she's pregnant again. And the thing that's so sad about it, only 2 of her kids have the same father. She's pregnant with the child number 10, and only 2 of her kids have the same father. And they just happen to be real twins because sometimes you can be carrying a twin pregnancy and have 2 different men be pregnant by 2 different men. Let's think about it. But for these girls right here, they were tested and they're definitely by one man. But she's going to have her 10th child now, and that's another whole different father. Any of these men involved? No, no. But what was you laying out there to get? Are anybody getting any HIV tests? Do you know how many people that's had children that was born with medical problems because they contracted a disease or they had a deformity that the mother was carrying syphilis or whatever else with the pregnancy and didn't even know who she was laying with. This is not a game. You put your kids out there in danger when you have these different men around them like this. And then these young, decent, halfway decent guys out here, why do y'all keep picking these girls that already got an already made family that's a mess? You're not saving nobody to go over there and pretend to be the father of these kids or even get her pregnant by you now. It's not working. Why are you doing this? They don't seem like they even care or even comprehend what they doing ain't right. You're not doing nothing but setting a big trap for yourself, and then y'all ruining these kids' lives. And I just it just kills me too. Kids calling somebody daddy. This guy that been at your house for 3 days, and he passed the booty call test for you. So now it doesn't take much for him to say he daddy, and then these kids grow up down the line and saying somebody touched them. She said, but somebody suffers, unfortunately. Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what the whole problem is right here. And the most of the time, to be honest with you, the fool woman, she's suffering too. She just don't know it. You know what I mean? And then, they got so many people here that they get a good man. A lot of people try to give men a bad rap, and I promise you, it's not true. That's all men. A lot of folks are quick to say that oh, these men ain't no good. Half of them walk away from their kids, bop bop bop. I promise you, any man that you can tell me is no good, I can give you 10 women that's just as messed up. Women have criminal minds too. Just because I'm a female don't make me blind to what other women are and what they do. You understand what I'm saying? You got to look at all of the stuff that's going on. And half the stuff we talk about right now, when it comes to these women bringing these strange men home and these men going to these women house, it's a sexual urge. That's all it's about, a sexual urge. What happened with Bathsheba? We don't want to go there, do we? Let's talk about Bathsheba and King David. What we gonna do here, y'all? What we gonna do? Lust. Lust. Do you know how quick that stuff ends and how long the spirit lasts? Come on now. Come on now. You know what eternity is for that quick little bit of mess? I'm telling you, folks are not paying attention. This going down here, rapture, y'all. Let's get with this program. This is about to go down. And they always, it's always said that nothing we go through, good or bad, is wasted. But a lot of us are wasting it, and we all have an excuse for everything when we need to, to get this together and stop playing with it. Because I'm telling you, all this stuff, I promise you, I have been seeing a lot of this stuff that's going on. Like a lot of people seem like they're opening their eyes because of C-19. Man, is that as far as you can see? Are you reading the Bible? Or are you just talking about it and you just got some books around here? How? I remember long years ago, I could even tell, I'm going to give you something that sounds pitiful. I remember with my perennial flowers not growing back properly. That was a sign showing me there was something going on that's not right. She said, but somebody suffers. Unfortunately, the male has to be the right. That's life, man. It takes time. Yes, it does, Miss Lori. I was looking at my flowers. If you ever get a chance, look out here and see. Look out here and see the sun. How the sun, I don't care where you at, city, state, or town, just like I keep trying to tell people. I had quite a few people that I have in my family that's in different countries. A lot of these countries, they don't get no snow or whatever, so they feel when you get a cold that you only get a cold if you're in the climate that's cold or snow. Get it right. How the hell COVID ended up over there? Huh? And I don't want to call out no specific place because people are so dysfunctional sometimes you can't say anything without people jumping to conclusions about stuff. But come on, do you understand that viruses and stuff like that are a part of life that spreads in a different way? It don't have to be, oh, y'all got that over there. We don't have it here. No, man, our country, we don't. Man, are you serious? And before you know it, everybody was wearing the mask. So what are you talking about? Do you understand how germs and viruses spread? It's just people just out here dysfunctional deliberately. Some don't know and some ain't trying to find out. But I know one thing, I've seen the difference of how the sun sets, how the moon looks now, and people are not paying attention to folks because the devil will use people to hurt you. But do you watch how it is when you out here traveling and we think this is bad now? Oh my gosh, y'all better watch yourself. Oh my gosh. Listen to me. If you don't know that you're covered, there is not going to be no shelter to run and hide. If you know that you ain't going to worry about it. You're not going to worry about it like that, like everybody else. But a lot of people out here, they're not, they don't seem like they care. When you keep trying to tell people, prepare. If everybody's looking, oh, she's bugging out. She's using religion. She's a Jesus freak. She don't know what she's talking about. You get what I'm saying? She says, keep our eyes open and our ears. Yes, unstopped. Yes, ma'am, Miss Lori. Because I'm telling you, it's you see, this is the thing. When you are a true believer, you hear what you need to know because God has a protection of shield around you. You understand what I mean? To protect you. But when you're in denial and you're living and hanging in the background, you're gonna miss it. You're gonna miss it. When God has that call and you running around here trying to run up in the club or run over here to Boo Boo them house and Sally Sue them house, you're missing your call. You're missing your call. People don't understand. Many are called, few are chosen. And a lot of times you may be having your call come through, but you worried about the wrong thing because your head ain't in it right. You're not reading the Bible right. You're not studying right. You're not taking it serious. We got all of these things going on here. And if we don't get ourselves together, we're gonna miss it. See, people don't understand that we're not gonna keep getting do-overs. People don't understand, well, what do I mean by do-overs. Well, what happened once again? What happened? Adam and Eve, Noah's Ark. What did he do to the earth? Was it destroyed? Why was it destroyed? How many times do you think he's gonna keep doing that before it's a wrap? You see what I'm saying? A lot of people don't seem to get that. They're trying to make stuff be what they want it to be, and they got all the time in the world, and they can do this and that when they get ready, and they don't seem to understand that this is just going to fall. It's coming to an end, and a lot of folks don't understand that we can't keep playing this merry-go-round game. It once it's this time this is going to drop permanently. There ain't gonna be no turning back and another chance and a start over. Is who gonna get through and who ain't. The gates to heaven are short and narrow. Right, better wake up because it's going down, and I want to know where I'm going to be. I want to know because he offered me eternal life. I want it. I want to get there. Man, we better get together here, and you got to try our best to bring as many as people as we possibly can. But if you got the ears that don't want to hear, you got to let them be. You can't force sister, son, cousin, niece, daughter to come to where you going if they don't want to go. And even if you want them to come, if they ain't right in the eyes of the Lord, they can't come no way. So we got to really pay attention to the time. The time is now. The time is now. People don't understand that, they be thinking that, oh, well, I know so, and yeah, that man that lived, and that man that lived, and he 95 years old. Well, see, to God, that's not a long time. That's like a blink of an eye. But for us, we're talking about flesh years. You know what I mean? We can't see it the way God see it unless we try to practice it and understand and get our salvation right. We'll never get there until we do what we're supposed to be doing. And a lot of us just saying, it's just gonna be what it is. Uh-uh. And I tell you one thing, I am lucky to have so many positive people like you guys that's trying to head in the same direction. And you ever notice too, we got a lot of people out here that are quick to say that they don't believe in God, or as soon as they have a problem, why do they automatically call God out though? I'm not saying he ain't gonna hear you and help you. That's not what I mean. But why do people be quick to call God out when they've spent most of their life saying that they don't believe in God? As soon as they get something that money can't buy, or something bad happened to them, they want to call out a God that they said they don't believe in. And I don't understand that either. Why would you call them out if you never believed in them? Because something either woke up in you, or you calling them to get what you want, and then once you get what you want, you're gonna forget about them. I mean, there's a lot of different things going on here. We have to pay attention because see, you can't fool him. And after a while, people got to understand that just because God is forgiving it doesn't mean we can keep sinning. We got to wake up and smell the coffee before it gets thrown on you. It can happen. Got to be careful with that. Scary, but it's the truth and it's going down and it's happening all day, every day, all the time. I just want to end up in the right place, y'all. That's all I keep trying to talk about. Is just ending up in the right place after all of this stuff that we go through here. Who wouldn't want to have paradise? Who wouldn't want to live in paradise? And I promise you too, everything in this life right now hasn't all been bad. We know that. Everything in this life hasn't all been bad. A lot of stuff that we got going on is some good stuff. It's just that you can't see clear when you're focusing on the wrong stuff. Once you realize what's really good, you realize that this has been good. Even though this is not the promised land, this is not paradise, but it's been all right. You know what I mean? And we're supposed to be here processing all of this stuff so that we can get to heaven. But if we ignore the steps along the way, we're going to end up caught out there and basically sacrificing our souls when we could have done so much better. Because I know with me, I got a whole lot of stuff that I done wrong and mistakes in my life and stuff that I'm trying to repent for and get myself together. But I know where I want to be. And I just hope that I'm doing the right things because sometimes we may think we're right and we may not be. I know that for a fact because there's a lot of decisions that I've made in my life that I thought I was right, and come to find out, I wouldn't even know where I thought I was at. I wasn't nowhere near it. You know what I mean? It's just something that happened. It just wasn't what I thought it was. So the only thing that I can do when it comes to stuff like that is just, pick myself up and try again. And once I start doing that, you just put one foot in front of the other, one foot in front of the other, just like when a child first starts walking. You take your time. Or when you got a little child that's just learning how to ride their bike for the first time, they may fall off, skin up some knees, but they want to try again. They want to try again. And before you know it, they're doing the thing. That's how it is too with religion. You got to keep trying, but you got to get right at some point, just like riding a bike. You got to get it right at some point because once again, just because God is forgiven don't mean that we can keep sinning. And it's good to meet up with all you beautiful women. Yes, it does happen very often. Man. And we gotta be in the winning team. I keep telling folks I want to win. I want to win because with every blessing there's a battle. That's the whole thing people don't pay attention to. And we all have to pay attention to how we present our spiritual life as well too. You can't keep cutting corners all the time. You got to really man up and be about it. Because I know a lot of folks, once again, they're making it be what they want it to be. We deal with a lot of stuff out here, and we can't turn trouble into trauma. You know what I mean? You want to try to nip it in the bud before it gets that messed up. Because we get out here, and I promise you, you know what? It's a hard thing too to fight with the flesh, though. I mean, once you start getting right where you're supposed to be, but I think people are looking for perfection, and that's one thing about that doesn't exist. You know what I mean? And I always tell people you can rush to fail or take your time to succeed. And that's what it is trying to get in the Bible and getting right. Take your time to succeed and keep going and keep going. And once again, there's gonna be some stuff about your own self that you're thinking, well, I've been serving serving God and in the Bible, and why do I keep having this funny feeling? Those are some of the things that's just gonna happen naturally with the flesh. And it's okay. And see, if we really rely on God and understand Him, we're gonna know what stuff about us that's gonna be all right. You get what I mean? And I know that's better said than done, but I think we all know that there's certain stuff about us that God He understands how we struggling with it, and He gonna prosper us through it. You just gotta hold on. This is a journey. You know what I mean? You just gotta hold on and give the faith. And if you're doing something totally messed up, crazy, bad, wrong, you know that too. You know for a fact that it ain't going down like that. So you got to think to yourself, well, you know what? Now that right there is something I got to straighten out. That is something I definitely got to straighten out and get together. I can't. That's something I definitely. You get what I'm saying? And then there's some things that you pray to God about, and He'll tell you what He dealing with. You know how He gonna deal with you on that, and what He expects from you. But sometimes we let other people, decide for us what we could be or what we should be. Yes, ma'am, Mimi. Thumbs up to life. And she says, yes, learning daily, Miss Lori. I'm telling you. Oh boy, I tell you, if it wasn't for his mercy and undeserved favor, where would I be? You understand what I mean? Because we say this stuff like we get here talking along, and we know we got some skeletons there with our stuff. A lot of areas of our lives. Some people are at more peace or organized a little bit better than others, but for the most part, we got to think about it and just say, you know what? Yeah, I do fall short. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's like, you know what? I know I'm trying to lose weight or I got this problem where I'm not supposed to be eating that and I slip in there and get me another piece of candy. Or I only supposed to have one soda and I drunk two cans. You know yourself talking to yourself. You know it. Come on now. You get what I'm saying? We know it to ourselves. And those are the things that God is allowing for corrections for you to correct yourself. And he's teaching you stuff. And a lot of times people say, well, how do I hear from God? It's by making mistakes. That's one of the ways I know for sure. That's one of the ways because a lot of times he be trying to get you together, before you even do it. Thumbs up to life, Mimi. Yes. Yes, that's what I want to do too. I promise you. And sometimes, we all feel like, well, I've been doing this much with God, and how come I, ain't this and that? Sometimes you full of it, but you got to utilize it now. Sometimes you full of the right thing and doing the right thing, but you're not utilizing it. So you feel like, I'm not. Why am I not getting anything more out of this? Sometimes you got to meditate on that certain area. And that's how we learn. Just like anything we learning to do in life, you got to meditate on it. You got to want it, you got to will it, and then you got to do it. And a lot of times we don't do that. We just figure, oh yeah, I'll be all right. No, if that's a problem that's consistent, maybe you don't need to read this chapter over here in the Bible. Maybe you need to spend a little bit more time on meditating in that area that you have that problem: smoking, drinking, overeating, cussing, anger, secret jealousy. You know what I mean? Towards other people. And sit back and say, you know what? I gotta try to work on this. But I'm reading this on that. No, cut the chase. Get in that spot where you need to be at and see what it do for you. 'Cause I know with me, it's a struggle every day, and I do be having negative thoughts and stuff. I told you how I be seeing me and my family member. We were here and we did our church thing and stuff, and then we ride in with CDs, with some church gospel music and some good preachers on CD. And as soon as we got to Walmart, we got out the car in the parking lot and we was putting our mask on, and the man was staring at us. And the first thing I said, well, what is he looking at? And then my family member, yeah, some people nosy. Now we just got through serving Lord. What business we had saying that? Because you're human, you make mistakes, you straighten it out, you repent, and you try again. That's what I have to give myself clarity for. The flesh is always active. You get what I'm saying? The flesh is what gets us in more trouble than anything. And we got to realize that too. And a lot of people, unfortunately, their spirits are not, not where they should be. But that mouth, oh my gosh, the tongue is one of the hardest muscles to tame. And I struggle with. I be around here all day. Don't say that. Don't say that to myself. Don't say that. No, you shouldn't think that way. Stop that. Stop that. All day long. There seems like there's not a day that don't go by. I be thinking I done got somewhere with trying to serve God and fool around and be jacked back up again. We can't have pleasure without pain. It's a situation that if you really process what God is speaking, speaking to us through the Bible and actions, we got to realize that these are the things that we have to work on, and that's why He had Jesus go to the cross because He know that we're not capable fully of doing these things. We're not there yet, so He had Him take over, a lot of that for us. People are divided by some of this and that. You get what I'm saying? some of this and that. Do you see the difference of how people act when the holidays? I'm just using that for example, and I'm gonna go back to even Halloween. When the holidays are around, Happy Halloween, Happy Halloween, Happy Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's, and then you run across the people when that dies down, and they won't even speak to you because everybody's caught up in the moment, game playing. You get what I'm saying? Game playing, and that's where we know we fall short at because everybody. But see, with me, I honestly I try to stay cheerful on a regular basis. I don't just beef it up just because of the holidays. I'm the same way all the time. I can honestly say with that. But then I got other areas of concern that I'm messed up with, even if it's not that particular thing. But people are quick to say, Merry Christmas to you, and get that spirit going. And then you know how many different people that I done dealt with that don't like Christmas, that don't like New Year's, Thanksgiving, Halloween, none of that. And a lot of folks say too, like when you say Merry Christmas, no, we don't celebrate. We don't celebrate that. Or Happy New Year's, no, we don't believe in that. I even have some nice friends on here that I said Merry Christmas. No, no, I said, what are you doing for Thanksgiving back when it was Thanksgiving? They said we don't celebrate that. We just have gatherings at different times. What was wrong with that? That's how they get down. We have to be careful. I don't know who's all here, but I just say I know who just made some comments, and there's a lot of people that's doing stuff in the background, so I don't mean to be disrespectful, but this is for everybody. We cannot let our faith go into crisis. We can't. And no one can get saved for you. I said, no one can get saved for you. When you let your faith go into crisis, the devil will be right there. You're already there anyway, lingering around, lurking around. But when you let it drop like that, oh, it goes down. It goes down. And and one thing I've been noticing about with this YT too that bothers me a lot, not bother me a lot, but I pay attention to it. How about that? Is that people seem to flock towards people that they think they can get something from instead of people that you can build with sometimes. You get what I mean? Oh, well, they got a big channel, so if I hang over there, I can one up. But that one, they got the same amount of subscribers or whatever. That's not even a good reason to even be on YT, first of all. Because if you're acting like that with people you don't know, I wonder how you treat people that's in your personal life, if that's what you're worried about. And I got so many subscribers that every time somebody else is doing something, they go buck crazy and you don't hear them say nothing about God, though. You're talking about a YouTube person and they mention God today at all. Everybody's running over, praising these people over God as if this person is God or these people are gods. And there's several people on here too that start getting too high up for themselves, and they don't realize that you're just a person. That's the devil's job. Yes, allow him to do a great job often. Yes, they do. Because I'm gonna tell you, listen to me. I a few situations on here that I'm seeing the light of what's really going on here. And a lot of times people don't understand. Obviously, a lot of people say, yeah, you have to give to get. You know what I mean? Hey, that could be true. Yeah. Okay, we'll say that. You got to give to get. But another thing I noticed too is that a lot of people are giving to get something, but then they ain't gonna have no give back. Okay, let's pay attention to that. They said you have to give to receive, but a lot of people are giving, but they ain't giving back. You see, this is where we were getting blinded. I've been watching this stuff go on for a while, and there's a few people that I got myself associated with on here briefly that I'm getting ready to let it go. I'm gonna let it go because I realize I'm not with the right company or the right surroundings, and these people out here running the game. Folks think that because they do a little bit of something for you that you're supposed to praise them like they God instead of realizing that one hand washes the other because you can't be you without me. You get what I'm saying? You cannot be you without me, just like all of our rich people. How do you think, I'm just saying, Beyonce, any of these talented people out here, actors, soap operas, how do you think that they have been able to be so successful with their careers and become millionaires, billionaires, trillionaires without us? Who's buying their music? Who's watching General Hospital? Huh? Huh? Just think about it. Who's watching it? It's us. It's us. That's the point that I'm trying to make. People are not paying attention to. We all need each other. I don't care how rich you are. There's nobody. You hear me? I don't care how rich you are. There's nobody in the world that don't need somebody. I don't care if you are a millionaire, you got to pay somebody to drive you around in that limousine. You got to pay somebody to fly you in that jet. Yep, must let them go. You know what I mean? We all gonna need somebody. It don't just stop there. We all are gonna need somebody forever. I don't care how rich you are, even if you that rich and you can buy that's healthcare to sustain you better than somebody that don't have insurance. If it's your time to go, ain't no money gonna stop that. If it's your time to go, ain't no money gonna stop that. And when y'all hear this sound in the background, that's why I got the pinned comment that it's gonna be chat, silent, and noise. That little silly mess I done pinned up there, but y'all see it, y'all get it. But yeah, you're not gonna be saved because you got money. You know what I mean? And I mean saved for as going to heaven, but also not die from the medical problem you got just because you got money. If it's time for you to go, ain't no money gonna stop it. You get what I'm saying? No money's gonna stop you from going if it's your time to go and your number is up. I don't care how rich you are, who you pay. It ain't going down like that. And I keep saying that to folks. People act like they're invincible because of financial. You know what I mean? And then, like I said too, on this YouTube thing here, there's a crowd of folks here that's running around here, and I'm looking at these adult people and they're behaving like kids and worshiping somebody that's doing something that anybody can do. And half the people that's worshiping should be doing this stuff for themselves anyway. You don't need this person to tell you that you should have a relationship with God or how to work your YouTube channel. How'd you get started from the get go? She said, same way with funerals. Yes, ma'am. Mimi, Mimi, you saying that, honey. Yes, ma'am. That's why I keep saying once again, and you're gonna hear me say it again because I'm a repeat offender. I'm a repeat offender. Do you honestly think when you pass away that they're gonna put that brand new couch you so crazy about in a casket with you? Huh? Do you think that they're gonna bury you with your new BMW car? Where you live at? Where you from? Huh? Huh? Where you from? Oh, they do that there? Oh, well, why are you here if it's going on so good there? It's the devil lie. That's the devil trying to keep you and invested. Because if you believe something like that, you must be, lost somewhere. And the devil will make sure you know. And that's the whole thing that a lot of people don't understand about with the devil. The devil comes as a false prophet to you. And he'll offer you something good and something that you need, you need and want, but if it ain't coming from a good place, any weapon against you, you know what I'm talking about when we suggest. It's not coming from a good place. And they say certain weapons formed against you shall not prosper. Well, I tell you, it'll prosper if you let it. It'll prosper if you let it. And if you ain't in the right agreement with God, it's going down. Because the devil will fool you. You may think, oh my gosh, I don't got no car and I need a new car. And God is telling you that this ain't it. I don't care if you're taking 3 or 4 buses. There's a lesson in what I'm teaching you about having to take the 3 or 4 buses, and you don't need a car right now. And you go ahead yourself and force will that to happen. Get that car within a month, you wrapped around the pole somewhere. It was not meant to be. It was supposed to come and happen to you in God's time. You see what I mean? And a lot of people don't seem to understand that. They try, to will stuff to go in their favor. And if that's not what God has for you, it's not. And you think, well, how come God would want me to keep on taking the 3 or 4 buses? There's a learning experience in that for you. That's your cross to bear. That's why. It is what it is. But until you know better, you're not going to do better. That's the whole thing. Until you know better, you're not going to do better. And that's that game that people play. Y'all remember when they used to say that all the time? Games people play. And that's one of them right there. You're not getting nowhere with it because your attention ain't pure. You're playing games. So as long as you think you're playing games and tricking out somebody, God gonna show you that you ain't playing him. You may fool Betty down the street and Michael around the corner, but you ain't got God tucked away in no little silly box playing games with him. He shut it down. He's the author, the builder, the maker, the beginning, the middle, the end. Come on now. He will make it so that you can lend to many and never have to borrow. But you have to understand and believe, though. You can't play the game. And like I said, I like to keep discussing this constantly because I'm struggling. I ain't gonna lie, I'm struggling a lot with my belief and my salvation and my relationship with God. Yes, I am. I'm not always, yeah, I can talk up a good game, but a lot of times when it comes to me reacting on some stuff, I can see the difference of how I change up. After I did all this praising and saying I'm there and I'm all right with it and I understand, you're struggling. You're struggling. Because you got to look at it for what it's worth. You can, let me see what she said, announcing God from whom all blessings flow. Yes, ma'am. All the blessings. All the blessings, Miss Lori. Yes, ma'am. Nothing possible without him, and we're everything with him. And until we realize that we cannot make things happen the way we want to and in our own time and the way we want it to be, we're going to fall short every time because he is the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. And if we don't get that right, we're going to stay right where we at, where we can fall short and stay victim to the devil. The devil is able to get his hands on you so easy because you're in that predicament. You're in that predicament of falling and failing because you put him over God. A lot of people don't seem to understand that. And see, the thing is, God hear your cries. But just like with a newborn baby, just because you crying don't mean somebody finna come pick you up. God let you go through some stuff. You can't get right if you don't go through some stuff though. And we can't, how we gonna let Jesus have walked through here and dealt with all that he dealt with, and then we come in and just don't do nothing? How does that even sound? That's not even what the teaching is about. We got to realize that there's something greater than ourselves, and everything ain't about your husband and your kids and all that stuff. It ain't always just that. It's being selfless to strangers out here, to God's hurting people, his other children, not just the children that he allowed you to have from your body or that's in your family. That's not even the only thing that's happening out here. There's bigger things going on in our lives out here than just worried about our peeps or you donated just to your church or a cause that you support only because there's a family member of yours that's struggling with that specific medical problem. So now you want to donate and help out with that program, but you don't care about no other programs because it ain't got nothing to do with you because it ain't nobody you know. You see what I mean? That's another problem that we have right there too. We're all so quick to worry about only what we want to see, hear, and deal with. And you look at stuff, well, that's them, not us. It's all of us. You better wake up. I'm trying to tell you because you don't know what's going to happen to you next week and 3 days from now. You keep sitting around there living that little playland that you in, that fantasy. And you wake up one day and it'll all be gone. You dance with the devil, honey. I'm gonna tell you, he'll have you turned inside out. We got so many things going on here, just like and I don't know, I don't want to approach this the wrong way to have no misunderstanding or hurt anybody's feelings, but I got there's a church here with the man, well, it's an actual church, but he does obviously a lot of videos and stuff online. You know what I mean, and YouTube and all that. And he strongly believes in what it says in the Bible that man is not supposed to lie next to man. How does other people view that? How do you feel about that? What do you feel? Especially when you think, well, I've raised all my kids and they're all this way, but okay, what if it comes in down the line with your grandchild? Huh? What do you do then? What about if you meet a coworker that's, going into that? What are we doing? What do y'all do about that? A lot of people get very controversy when you talk about that in politics. A lot of folks don't want to discuss that, but let's discuss it. Because see, with this church here, that this person, somebody keeps sending me this person. I had already seen him and kind of, understood what he was getting down with, but they really served this person. They said that, and with this pastor, he says that he will never listen to a woman preach. Women ain't got no business preaching. All of that kind of stuff. And once again, man ain't supposed to lie next to man. What do you feel about that? See, this is the stuff that people don't want to deal with. You know what I mean? What do you do with that? You know, I know my mechanics. This is a professional business place. It ain't. I wish I had me one of them backyard ones that I could deal with on the side sometimes, so I can get stuff a little bit cheaper. You know what I mean, y'all? But I got some professional people, and a lot of times when they buy stuff, they buy like if you need new tires or oil change, they get the most expensive stuff. When they could have got a little bit cheaper. You know what I'm saying? Anywho, what do we do when it comes to stuff like that? When you have a child or family member that is different with certain things than what it says in the Bible. Anyway, this pastor here, he said that you can't do none of that stuff. Women ain't supposed to wear pants. Okay. He said women can't wear pants. Women can't preach. Women can't wear pants above their dresses above their knees. They can't wear pants at all. What do y'all feel about that as liberated women in the world? As far as your religion is concerned, anybody there to answer that? Anybody want to answer that? Because I sure want to hear. What do you do in them cases? How do y'all feel about that? Is there anybody here that can answer? Or is everybody down the way, or people don't got no comment? Because I sure like to hear. I want to wait too, Miss Lynn, if she popped back by and ask her that question. What does she feel about that? It's not to be judging or being in nobody's business. I just want to have an open conversation about this and get a better comprehension. That's what. See, there you go. See, Miss Lori, don't start. There you go. That's how I am. I don't care because that's their life and that's their business. You know what I'm saying? I do not judge anyone, and I mind my business. But with this church, and I'm keeping it real. It's a very I'm gonna say the name one day, but I don't want to throw nobody under the bus because everybody gets so crazy when it comes to this type of stuff. But anyway, with this pastor, they don't believe in none of that stuff. You know, and like I said, how do you feel? Do you feel that women shouldn't be able to wear jeans, earrings, lipstick, wigs? What do you feel about that? No women can be a preacher. What does folks feel about that? Somebody give me something on that. Because this church here, um, they don't allow none of that. Women are supposed to be seen and not heard. Women are supposed to be um, homemakers, not out here working. I want to know what everybody feels about that. What do you think about that? Oh, thank you so much, Betty. I want somebody to tell me what they think about that kind of stuff like that. That women shouldn't work. Mm-mm. What do y'all feel? Is that a good thing? And I meant to ask that too, because I know Miss Lynn got a lot of stuff to say about that. How do y'all feel that as a woman you shouldn't be working? Supposed to be home only, taking care and raising the kids. Anybody got something to say about that? Just gonna bread up y'all right quick some zucchini. Might not bread it. Put a little bit of bread on it. Might have to do it. Gonna make a few pieces of it. Well, one zucchini, not just for myself though. I'll put a batch together for the whole fam. Everybody wants to come and take on as they can. But yeah, this church here, you're not allowed as women to do a lot of things. You know what she says? Listen, Betty, I work, my husband is disabled. So you know then, Miss Betty, that it's all good, right? That's all I'm saying. You see what I mean? It's all good. It's all good. That's what I'm talking about. See, that's how I feel. And with your husband being disabled, that makes it more so that you would get out there and do what you got to do. But at the same time, do you ever feel that if your husband wasn't disabled, but both of y'all wanted to work, do you feel that that's okay to go on and work because you want to work? Even if you had times back when you was pregnant and had your kids or child that you stayed home for the baby, but once they got a certain age, you want to get back out there and get to working, or did you always work? You and your husband both worked. You know what I mean? That's the whole thing. That's the struggle. But this situation with this church, this woman want me to get involved with. Let me see. God's gift to me and allowed me to be where I am right now. I work until the diagnosis made me. Yeah, I understand. See, Miss Lori, that's what I'm trying to tell you. See, no disrespect, but there is a nice woman on here. Well, I already seen the pastor on his YouTube channel and stuff like that. But there's a very nice sister on here, and I done seen and I'm not trying to. Once again, I'm not trying to throw no shade or act silly and none of that. I think y'all can kind of get an idea how I get down over here, real talk. You know what I'm saying? But there's a nice woman over here, and I've seen, as a matter of fact, you two women that's up right now that's responded to that. I don't know who's in the background, but I know with Miss Betty and Miss Lori, I done seen both of y'all over in her live. It's amazing. But she follows that pastor too a lot. And I'm not saying that she adheres to what he's saying, but she follows that a lot. And I respect her and I like her little service that she be having over there too. You know what I mean, on her channel. But with that Pacific pastor, I can listen to what he's saying. It don't mean I got to do what he say. You get what I'm saying? And so with that being said, I can't follow him because of that type of stuff right there. I can follow him and listen to him, but I can't adhere to the stuff that he's saying because that's not my faith, if that makes sense. You know, I don't feel that I shouldn't be able to wear jeans, or that if I'm a woman that I can't be a preacher, you know. And this particular woman, she plays his services, and I ain't gonna lie, I listen to him too. I listen to Jehovah Witness people, even though I don't consider myself a Jehovah Pentecostal Baptist. I don't do all that, but I'm just saying, ain't nothing wrong with it either. I'm just saying I don't participate like that either with those kind of things. And this particular pastor, he getting on it where he's telling folks, with the women how they should be. And I noticed that when he shows his church, the congregation, no shade. I'm not playing games or nothing here. But when he shows his congregation, all of the women that's there in that church go by what he say. They don't wear. They're covered up where you can barely see their eyes in their face. So they can't wear wigs. You know what I mean? Even if they were sick, going through chemo, anything like that. I'm just making it for example. Fashion, whatever. They're not allowed to do it. See what I'm saying? So I respect that he does that and that's how he wants his congregation to flow. But a lot of that I don't follow it in that kind of way. And sometimes with a lot of these pastors that preaching certain stuff that they believe in, ain't nothing wrong with that. But the thing is, sometimes you can follow their word and certain things that fall into place with what you're doing and your God, how you serving God. You know what I mean? So we all have to watch out for that. Know what we know. But a lot of times, sometimes you know what she's saying. He says, I enjoyed this conversation. I'm finishing off my workout. You can head back to the house. I know that's right, Mimi. Take care and have a good one. And thank you for coming. But yeah, I don't know for sure if you allow to attend his church, but I don't think you if you don't go by the rules that they have set forth when it comes to stuff like that. I don't know if you can attend the church if you're not, as a woman, if you don't dress a certain way. You know what I mean? Or you're not allowed to be in there. Dress that way and for the men too. That's a hard one right there. So I don't know how to distinguish what to do there, but I know that I wouldn't be able to go to that church unless I was dressed according to what they said, or they don't allow you in there. So I just keep in mind, you know, she says, great, great, that's a day, ever meaning. Oh, yes. That's Lori saying bye to Mimi. Yeah. But so I don't know how to go because you want to go to that church, especially if Miss Betty, she's saying that she's a working woman, and Miss Lori said that she's a working woman for whatever reason. Um, so none of us will be able to attend that church then because he says that you have to abide by when you come in the house of the Lord of that church that you have to abide by what's being preached and taught to you. So if you're a woman, you can't go in there wearing pants and makeup, lipstick, wigs. A woman can't preach. If you got on the dress, it can't be, above your knees. You're not supposed to wear jewelry. The men, the men have a certain dress code as well. You're not supposed to be wearing jeans and sneakers. You only can wear, not just saying that to be able to attend the church service. You have to live your life like that. That's what I'm saying. So it's up to you. Just like, you got a lot of people of the Muslim faith, and, the women, they stay dressed a certain kind of way and barely, some of them show their face, depends on, how they're doing it. And then some of them just show their eyes. And then the men, too, they have suits on or they wear their uniform, too. So some of those places, if you are into that religion and you respect it and that's what you want, I don't see nothing wrong with it. But I know that I wouldn't be allowed to attend because of the fact that I'm different than that. And it doesn't mean that they're bad or good or me bad or good. It's what it is. You know? So I honestly feel that I could dress the way he wanted me to dress to attend the service and see if that's something I want. Hey, Patty, how are you? I'm glad you could stop by. Blessings, blessings, my dear. We just talking about different things here, and I had asked a question about how to you know everybody feel about there's a certain church that they have here, and they be online. I ain't gonna say the name because I don't want nobody to think I'm throwing a rock and hiding my hand or playing any games. But that Pacific pastor, he doesn't believe that women should be preaching. Women can't wear lipstick, makeup, wigs. women should be at home and not working, and they can only wear dresses, and they're supposed to be homemakers where they tend to their husband, cleave to their husband only. Obviously you want to be married. I don't mean that like that, but cleave to your husband only and take care of the kids, but you do not work outside the house. You do not wear dresses or skirts be above the knee, and you don't wear pants at all, and not just to attend the church in your life, your daily life. You're not allowed to do that. And I was just asking these ladies how they feel about that. Yeah, would y'all be able to conform to that? Because it's not just in church. You can't do that outside of church either. Who would be able to conform and be comfortable with that? And that's okay. Because see, I'm not judging it, but I know that's not for me. And I'm not saying what I'm doing is all the way right or what he doing at that church, but I can't. I just can't attend that service like that. I would go there maybe yes, 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 yes. You see that what she said? Retirement. Yes. See, and that's the thing. That's not to me, that's not you get what I'm saying? That's not quite right to me. And that's not to throw him under the bus because see we gotta all remember that some people are at services and they brainwash because they don't really know God themselves. So they do whatever the pastor say, because to them the pastor's God. Y'all know what I'm trying to say here. Let's just be real, right? But all of that stuff, and then even with the men gotta wear dress pants, you know, and dress shoes all the time. They're not allowed to put on sneakers or jeans either. And you don't dress like that just to come to church services. You have to live your lifestyle, and you're not allowed to come in that church like that. They said women can't preach, be preachers either. Hey, what's up? What's up? How you doing, Rruk? All right. Thank you for lurking. I need to be stopped. No, so let me stop because I done had a problem with that. Let me stop playing with that. So with that being said, how do y'all feel about it? I don't even know if Bert got a minute. She's probably busy to answer a question too, but I'd like to know, how do y'all feel about a woman? Do you think a woman should be able to preach? Because all those things that I'm saying, and Betty said control, that's exactly how I feel. I don't I think that even this other church that I was you know, trying to call myself gonna go to one time and something kept me from going there, which I'm glad. You the pastor has to tell you whenever you're allowed to buy a house. You know what I mean? They have to tell you, not that the church is paying for nothing, and when they got the money to give you for the house, you're not allowed to purchase a home unless the pastor say so. He picks the days, and this is another church that I physically know. He picks the days that you can go grocery shopping. Yeah, some days that you can't lie with your husband unless he tell you that you can. And I just like to know, how do folks feel about that kind of stuff? Because to me, I don't think that a pastor should have that kind of control in your life at all. I don't think that's even up to them to tell you that if you come to their church, you can't wear something that's above the knees. Women can't wear jewelry, wigs. I mean, I don't know where all that got to do with church service. No way. I really don't. And I'm trying to get a better understanding about that. What Patty saying? He said, I feel that everyone should be able to speak the word they are knowledgeable about the material. Amen. Amen, Bert. She said, amen, Bert. That's what I'm talking about. What Miss Patty said, she said, I was in a live stream this morning, and part of discussion was how some people act as if their pastors are God. Yes, yes, yes. That's what I'm talking about too, Patty. We must be led by the Holy Spirit. Yes, Patty. A cult. Yes. Woo, woo. Cannot run others' household. Yes, ma'am. Learn with the minds and their bodies. Come as you are. Yes, ma'am. And yes, ma'am, Patty. And yes, Bert. See, that's what I keep saying. But these people, even one of the, and I'm gonna tell you something, y'all. And I'm not gonna once again, I'm not trying to throw no rock and hide my hand, but I'm trying to be respectful of people. But there's a channel And now that you're here, I done seen you. You watched the channel before, Patty. I seen you over there before, and I've also seen Miss Betty over there before, and Miss Lori. And it's a nice YouTuber, but she speaks about this pastor all the time. I had already seen him way before she had mentioned it to me, but she kind of represents him with a lot of the stuff that he's saying. Some parts of it, she says she believe in. Like he said that he don't. A woman should never preach. A woman should never be a preacher. You know what I mean? All of those kind of things like that. And then the men are not allowed to wear jeans and sneakers or nothing either. And I don't understand because I thought there was only one God, and God says, "Come as you are." So if we start making the choices up in somebody else's business, how are we serving God? And also, just like Patty was saying, and I keep saying this over and over again, is how do y'all look at the pastor as if he's God? How do y'all get that mixed up though? You got to look at that. For instance, the pastor is being used as a vessel to preach and teach you about God, but you also can do that yourself. So pray to it's no longer yes, yes, the bond, yes. You don't know who that person is. We learn. Yep, that's the thing I'm saying, Lori. It's somebody, and I don't want to start like I'm trying to be gossiping or starting. That's the only reason why I don't say it. But they do lives with a bit of a church service, and they have the pastor they mention about that pastor, and they're not serving him or doing what he say. You know what I mean? They just know that he's a good pastor. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, that pastor he be getting it in. And his stuff is good. It's just certain things that I just don't agree with, and that don't mean that he's wrong or right. And also, if you see their congregation, all of them go by what he say. The women, well, they don't wear. You can't even see the women because they're clothed. They're fully clothed. You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying to come to church with a bra top on and wearing some Daisy Dukes, but I'm saying most of his congregation adheres to what he's saying. And honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. But I say for me, I can't do it. That's not the way I'm serving. But what they're doing, if that's what they want, is perfectly fine. And like I said, sometimes these pastors, it's hard to figure out if you should listen to them or not, or just take away whatever they say that seems like's right, or if they're coming off wrong and like a cult, you shouldn't be bothered with it at all. See, me, I can't fool with no cults. You get what I'm saying? And this one here is not quite doing it in the cult groups. Yeah, that's what I'm saying to y'all. It sounds like it though, right? So you got to think about it. You got to think about it. You know what I mean? But they deal with this factor and watch it, teaching, which I can watch it, but sometimes I have to come in and out of it because he gets to an area, not that I can't handle it, but I just, I don't say that I can't support him either, but I just don't believe in those certain things. And a lot of the stuff is really targeted toward not, well, a lot of it's targeted toward women. It's like they got a little bit more rookie to the men, but it's like it's full control over everybody. Anybody that attends the church is full control over them of what they do, see, hear, and think. And even around me in person, I know that there's a church here that quite a few people I know got involved in, and they control your life completely. And when you get paid, everything. I promise you, I've never seen anything like it. And if you can't be single in that church long, and one lady that I met, she got they pressured her. She came there, with her two kids, and they pressured her to get married. And the guy that she got married to ended up being he had herpes, and they didn't they keep, and I don't know how they're able to keep marrying these people's left and right. Did you get a divorce from the first person? Was this a real marriage? Was it a mock wedding? What's she saying here? Will why to study the word, show myself, improve upon God, and to rightfully the word of faith. Amen, Miss Patty. Amen. Amen. I hear you. I'm right there with you. Yeah, I take my Bible to church to read myself and get an understanding as best I can. Amen. See, that's what I'm talking about. You got to know. See, that's the whole thing I keep saying. You'll be all right if you know God for yourself, though. You can't just say, well, somebody else can get saved for me. It don't work like that. And if you go into church and you don't know much, you gotta find out, because a lot of places they you can get brainwashed or led in the wrong direction. And a lot of it is occult, and a lot of it is brainwashing, control, manipulation. I mean, that's just the name of few. But that's pretty much how it is out here if you don't get yourself where you belong at. And see, I was gonna something was gonna bring me to that church, the one I'm talking about personally around me. And for some reason I just never went. And that something just kept me from going. And then after I started seeing like a lot of the congregations, like this church got, and I'm not gossiping, I'm talking about true stuff that was in the news and troubles and worries. You know what I mean? There's some bad stuff that then some of our people have fell upon. But I know with this church here, they got arrested because they had kids out selling candies in bad weather. It was all in newspapers and stuff like that in that state. And a lot of the people, I realized most of the congregation were addicts. You know what I mean? People that folks have forgotten about, or people that's fallen off with drinking problems, drug problems. They had the people sleeping in the church with no heat on in there. So to them, that's better than being out under a tree or sleeping on the ground. So a lot of them fell into it, and a lot of them didn't know God at all. So when they got involved with that church, you figured they was a step up. But every time you turn around, somebody's getting married. Somebody's getting married. Every time you turn around, that's why you have to know God for yourself. Seek and you shall find. Yep, thank God for closing doors. Amen, Miss Lord. I'm telling you. And that church, I don't know if it's still going now, but how I started learning more about it was because a friend of mine son was getting into some trouble. This was a long time ago. And that boy, damn near 30 now, he was getting in some trouble out here in the streets. So that church said for him to start coming there, and they're going to get him, squared away, get some God in them. And you know what I'm saying? Ask the father type situation, and get some God in them and get them, to playing some sports and bop, bop, bop. So what she did was she started letting him go, but she didn't pay attention to what was going on. She didn't pay attention, like check that church out to make sure it was legitimate. And her son was out here caught up selling candy all out in the poor weather conditions. They had him doing a whole lot of other stuff that he shouldn't have been doing as a child, because he was underage when this happened. And actually, he ended up a lot worse off with that than he would have without it. She didn't check out the church and make sure that it was, something good, or what they practice in there and how they do it. And he got caught up and fell victim too. And he got his something. It's so weird that all of these people end up kind of like with this herpes thing going around from that particular place. So I'm trying to figure out who would, what's happening in here. And then everybody that I ran into that attend that church all seem to be out of their mind, lost out here in the streets, and not knowing what to do with themselves. And it seems like those are the ones that got preyed on a lot because they were homeless, or they was on their last leg where they got out here, got on drugs, and their family turned their back, and then this pastor took them in. So they felt like, he answered their prayer, so they're going to do whatever he say because they don't know much anyway. And that's what ended up happening. And that church went on like that for a long time. Even some guys that I knew, that I got one of the guys I knew that a friend of mine used to date, he was out here, from another country, gangster. And he got in that church and started saying, praise the Lord and stuff. But she done had about 4 wives since she's been there. And they're not of that faith that I know of that marry more than one woman. You get what I mean? But he got caught up in that real bad too. And he seemed like he out of his mind. And anytime I seen him, he was saying something, but he wasn't looking like what he was saying. And I feel like there's something happening over there. And like I said before, these people ended up quite a few of them with the same venereal disease, and with herpes. Herpes, there's no cure for it. And every time you turn around, if a marriage don't work out, within a couple of months, then they pair you up with somebody else. But for some reason, I don't feel that I don't even know if he really ordained that marriage properly and did people get marriage certificates, or was this just some mock weddings? But I do know that every one of those people kept getting married, quite a few of them over and over again. And then they had quite a few of them that ended up contracting this herpes. So I feel that there's something that was going on in that Pacific place. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, they had all of the kids out there selling candy and stuff like that up in different poor conditions, whether it be winter, summer, too hot. People went to jail over it and they just closed down that church and set it up somewhere else. And that's pretty much the last that I heard of that. Is all of that was going on with the people getting married multiple times and going to different places and traveling around wherever the church tell you to go. You know, I'm still here. Oh, thank you so much, Katie. So I don't know what to say about that, but I know that I felt bad for a lot of them people, and a lot of them ended up way worse off than what they were before they joined. I really know that for a fact because I done seen them out here, and it's almost like when you talk to them, especially if it's some people that you knew, before, they all seem out of their mind when you talk to them. I don't know if they in some kind of drug or drinking something or whatever up in there, but all of the people, and I can tell you, I ran across like a good 5 of the adults, and I mean, really seen and been around them, and it seemed like they're zombied out of their mind, like they don't know what's going on. And then all of the kids seem to be kind of scatterish and scared and nervous. So I don't know what happened there, but I know that it couldn't have been good if that's what's happening with the congregation. Now, when it comes to like with the first lady and the pastor himself, they had all kinds of, nice cars and houses and stuff. And then they had the people living in the church, but there was no heat in the church. I guess, when the winter times there was no heat, and then in the summer there was no air conditioner. So I don't know how, you know, what to call that, but I know that just about everybody that was a part of the church were recovering addicts or had a drug problem or something. You get what I'm saying? And they all basically flocked in with whatever he said. He told them what to do, him and his wife. They had their own kids that were I believe their kids were adults. And they had, certain ones of their family members that they treated better than the other. Like, they had one of their sons that, he looked like he was living outside. And then the other ones was sitting up there in the pew and stuff, and they, was draped down in nice clothes and pulled up in nice cars. So something wasn't quite right there. You know what I mean? And I think, like I said before, a lot of those people didn't know God. So they joined in, lost, drug addiction. And the thing is with this man, he was, from what I can tell, the pastor, he was just using these people as cronies. You know what I mean? Because if you look at them, if the pastor and them doing good, why do they have y'all sleeping in the church? You know what I mean? Sleeping in the church with no heat and stuff, and the people didn't have decent clothes on them. So to me, there was something that wasn't right there. But I think the folks were so messed up with this that they didn't understand what's truly, going on because they don't know God, and a lot of them was doing bad. But it was horrible. That was horrible to see that, and I don't know whatever happened to it because I had stopped seeing people, and I had to I'm coastal, so I was out anyway, and left the country and all that, and hadn't been there for a long time, so I don't know if it's still going or not. But I know that they done had probably 4 or 5 different churches over the years going. They would get up a spot, and they would never fully get the church functioning properly. And every time something go down and they in the news, they would move to another spot, move to another spot, move to another spot. So that tells you a lot about that right there too. Um, and the last that I heard, the pastor, he was in the hospital, and it's so funny too because This guy I know was an orderly for that pastor. So you know how you roll people around, like if they're in the hospital and they need to go get an X-ray or whatever, you roll them down to the X-ray. Um, but he wasn't well, the pastor, and that's the last I've ever heard of any of that because I wasn't around any people that knew or were affiliated with it. So with that being said, I pray that whatever they had going on, got shut down because kids were being abused and stuff. A lot of bad stuff was coming up out of that because women and men that was on their last leg was joining that church and bringing their innocent children to it. And I met a crowd. It was so funny too. This was years ago. I met a crowd of folks. They were in the Dollar Tree, and that's when it was still brand new when they just had first started having the Dollar Trees out here. And they was telling me to come to that church, not knowing I knew about it already. Yes, unstable in many areas. Yes, ma'am, Miss Lauren. And they were trying to tell me to come to that church. These folks that because they're the type that they come up on anybody. Come to our church. We have service. You know what I mean? They have them all out, handing out pamphlets and stuff like that everywhere. And there was a couple that was in the Dollar Tree way back when the Dollar Trees first started opening out here in the world. And they were in there and they was telling me, and that's how I learned the new spot that they were operating in. Because those folks was telling me, yeah, come to our church. As soon as they said, first of all, I could tell automatically something about them wasn't right anyway, and I felt bad for them. But when they said what church, and then they both said they was married and don't even know each other and had like 80 kids in the vehicle, I knew something was wrong with them. I felt bad for them right off the bat. I ain't judging them. I'm just saying I felt bad for them right off the bat. I knew that something was wrong with them the way they was talking to me. Yes, sister, sister, do you come to our service? Sister, come to our service. They couldn't even hear what they were saying at first, what location or what and what, because they were so like a zombie. They couldn't look you in the face and they looking down and all around. Come to our service, And once they said who he was, but by their conduct alone, I could tell. And then when I got out, they still was out there in the parking lot. Cause see, I didn't see how they came. I only seen them in the store. But by the time I came out to visit my car, they were still out there. And that's when I seen how they had all them kids packed in there, and the children wasn't, in seatbelts, and they seem to be pretty, out of it themselves. And I almost feel like, well, see, people don't understand. A lot of people that are brainwashed, they look like they on some kind of drug. And then a lot of cases too, with some situations where you got some people that's into a certain type of church, but it's not really a church. They're giving supplements and drink the blood of Christ and stuff. Y'all know what I'm talking about? The holy sacrament. Like I'm talking about the holy sacrament and stuff. And people, they on something. And that'll trap them too, especially if they get addicted to something because you don't know exactly what they're given as the holy bread and then all of that. You know what I'm trying to say, y'all. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So I don't know what that was, but I'll tell you one thing. It was horrible. I haven't seen one person. The only people that I've seen that look like they had themselves together is one of their daughters and the husband and the wife. But you can tell by them that they were cons and hustlers. Though they had that mentality. It wasn't just looking at somebody and judging somebody. They don't know if this man. Because see, you can rent out any kind of building, as long as you got the permit to practice what you're doing in there. And sometimes not. They can't tell you what to call it. They could rent that out and say it's a grocery store, but they having church services in there. And if they got the permit to do it, they can do it. You get what I'm saying? Because I know so many of these, we call them little bodega shops, and I'm not trying to hate on nobody's hustle or nothing like that, but a lot of times I be seeing these people with the little bodega shop corner stores. They be up in Walmarts and they'll buy they'll have like three of them with carriages, 70 sodas, 8 loaves of bread, because they're buying it for their smaller store. And then you get here at Walmart, and the sodas may be $1.28, but in their store they're selling them for $3, which is a small store, corner store, trying to be competitive with bigger stores. You know what I mean? HEBs and Kroger's and stuff. They're in competition with a lot of those. But what they started doing is they started selling food illegally, and I can tell that some of it wasn't right because and they're my cool spots that I check out now. I ain't trying to down nobody, but I can tell that they don't have the permit to do what they're doing because they don't have like the prices on food. You can go the same way I'm used to going when I'm out of the country. You know what I'm saying? And whether it be Puerto Rico, Jamaica, wherever I'm at, you can say, like in Jamaica, you can, tell them that you want $2 worth of goat. It don't be goat already packaged up with a price on it. In that store, it's the same way. You can go in there and tell them that I want $2 worth of rice. I want $3 worth of chicken, different parts of the chicken. You can tell, but if they're doing it by law, they're not normally usually they don't usually be able to operate like that in the states. You get what I'm saying? So it was a lot to that. Real talk. And I learned that. And I noticed that when you go in there, I noticed that anytime I go in there, it's different people that work there. They'll give me three different prices for the same item that I'm buying, which is not right. So they kind of pick the price of what they're gonna charge you. Like if you say you want a small dinner, usually just say small dinner is $6. I done got there and somebody else that had they waited on me and they done charged me $10 for the same small dinner because they make up the prices right there on the spot to what they want to make off of you, which can be a little sketchy too. That's where it gets a little sketchy. You know, like the majority of state stuff is regulated and priced. And I understand. I ain't knocking their hustle that they got to try to do what they can do to make it happen. But you have to be careful when it comes to stuff like that. Also, you got to make sure anywhere you buying some food from, cooked or otherwise, is up to par. Because a lot of times these places are operating off of a lot of faulty stuff in the place, and you don't know when the last time they changed their cooking oil. You know what I'm trying to tell you? That could be Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's keep it real. I ain't saying Kentucky Fried Chicken. I'm just using that for example. It could be plenty of different places like that. That you got to know when you buy the food what it's tasting like, what it looks like to make sure you ain't got end up getting somewhere and getting sick. You know what I mean? But I know that there's a lot of stuff going on here, and it's underneath where it shouldn't be, and we all have to watch what we're doing here because all this stuff here is hard. This ain't no joke. This is real life. We got to wake up and pay attention to what we're doing and what we're listening to. And I tell you too, no disrespect to nobody or nothing, but all this ain't gravy on the YouTube either. There's a lot of people here that's playing a lot of games and stuff, and I just look at it. I was on one of my wonderful YouTube's channel here the other day, and she pops in and out and doing little stuff here and there, and she's awesome, got a great channel, but she had a troll that kept coming in there. Well, two of them, because the one that I was in last night, Sister Lynn had a troll that kept buzzing around in there. But this was a couple of days ago. She had a troll in there. She called the troll out in the right way. You know what I mean? And once she started talking to the troll, they never said anything else. They just went right quick and made up a fake page. And she was just simply asking them, "Why did you pick me?" You know what I mean? How did you know just to all of a sudden pick me to come to my channel to do this? What's going on here? Are you looking for real friendship? Are you playing games? She was just asking her, "What's up?" or him or whoever it was. You know how we got them keyboard bullies. But I've been watching this on the YouTube, and I promise you, I'm not flocking to nobody because they got a bigger channel. I'm not running because some of these people are 30 and 40 years old, and they're allowing people to guide them as if they're children and don't have no kind of sense of their own. You know what I mean? And they just run behind somebody that they think has got it going on. Even just like with me, I noticed since I've been doing what's she saying? Stay woke, yes, Patty, yes. Yes, lots of game. And I tell you, honey, because Miss Lady had her live going here the other day that I was at, and she had somebody there acting a fool. And then what I'm noticing too is that I don't know what people put on as far as value of human beings, human life to with this mess. Because I know that we got a lot of sick people out here, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I know a lot of these sickos that we have. I'm going into murderers and pedophiles and all that. And I'm going to be honest, God has given them a chance to turn their life around. You get what I'm saying? Moses murdered somebody and God still used him. You understand what I'm saying? Cain and Abel. Y'all know the story on that. I'm just naming a few. But I know that a lot of this stuff is people are worried about using somebody as a come up a lot of times when you can do this stuff yourself. I remember like with me, I had a channel years ago before this, and I was doing really good over there, and God started talking to me about what I was saying and how what language I was using. And I had to clean up and let it all go. But what I noticed here is that since I've been having like, people see a few commercials on your videos or with these lives, and they see I'm doing lives or they see a commercial, they run over that somebody you ain't heard from in 2 years. And a lot of them are just coming over looking for a come up because they think maybe you're monetized, you got some money, you hit it big. And just for that only, when what's for you is for you and what's for me is for me. Jealousy is never worked out for anybody. And the closest thing that I could say that towards jealousy that wouldn't be a bad thing is if somebody has something you want or you like and it encourages you to do something positive so you can get your thing going. You get what I'm saying? That ain't nothing wrong with that, but to sit back and honestly watch and revel into what other people are doing and wish you had what they had and hate on them because they have it. I don't know who has the time. But then again, yes, I do, because there's plenty of people out here that's lost and messed up, and they got the demonic spirit and the devil is puppeteering them. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, it is true. Just like I'm gonna say this, y'all, no disrespect, because I said I'm gonna start opening up my commentary to what I used to do on my other channel, but I'm not gonna be cussing. Cause see, with the other channel, I was doing reviews of love and hip hop and reality shows, and I was mother bleep bleep and blah blah blah. You know what I'm talking about? And for some reason, I promise you, God kept dealing with me on it. So when I decided to stop doing it like that, and I just left. No, I started doing vlogs and stuff with my real, with my family and my life, and I ended up in some legal issues here, where I couldn't continue on. I couldn't put up no videos of me and my family. We had to move, go into some changes and everything. You know what I mean? Yes, jealousy, and I'm telling you, folks. I even had somebody, and I meant to talk to this person. I'm trying to find a way to talk to them on the side that be coming in my lives. And what I don't understand is this is what we're gonna say. Just like Miss our beautiful YouTuber Miss Gwen, she had a few trolls, and Miss Lynn had somebody bugging out last night in her live. But with me, I got somebody that's coming in here like they down with me, but yet they're talking against me in the live that I'm having. And but they copy exactly what I'm doing, and then they try to get other people to conjugate with them in my live, and then they'll come in my live and don't even speak to me or anything. But oh, I don't know why Rruk is running these lives that long. If we're all friends and we need to get around to each other, and she's running her live so long, how are we going to get out to see other people? And folks know who this person is because you've been laughing and talking with him. But whenever he says something like that towards me, nobody says anything, but nobody critiques him either, though. You know what I mean? But if it's somebody strange that pop in saying damn or hell or something nasty, everybody hurry up and block them and delete them and put them on timeout. But nobody says anything. And I'm going to be honest with you, I've been letting them have their little party and their play. But you know what? It's time to end the friendship, brother, man. It's a guy. It's time to end the friendship. I'm not mad at you. I'm not hating on you, but I don't think that's appropriate because see, you walking in a dangerous zone. See, the street you going down, it's not even in one way. It don't exist, but in your mind it do. And see, I'm not gonna travel on that street with you because you're not gonna have me feeling negative or any kind of hostile or bad juju around me. You understand what I mean? So I'm trying to find a way if this person got some kind of private way I can contact them because I don't like to throw a rock and hide my hand and to tell them please just stay from over here, do your thing, enjoy your life, bless you. I'm not gonna think about you no more. I'm not gonna wish nothing bad towards you, but it's time to wrap it up. And I mean, this person has been in my life. I can show the videos if I want to call them out, petty and all that. You know what I mean? They constantly, well, why she's running her live so long. And I think it's inappropriate for somebody to have a live and they're not even on camera and they don't appreciate people's coming by and spending their time. I just wouldn't do nothing like that. And then what they started doing was they started coming in my live just to advertise, which I don't care, y'all. I promise you, if you want me to post a comment, you know what I mean? Pin a comment or you want to drop your link, come on over and chill. This is my hangout spot. We all got it. We all family, all friends. Come on now. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I love it. I welcome it. You know? Rampant around us. Yes, yes. Envy and jealousy is running rampant. Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is, Miss Lori. And she says a lot of people come around just to see what's going on. The enemy be setting, yes, right in your face. And I promise you, I got somebody that, and I'm not going to say this to judge them because maybe they're nice to other people, but they have been, once they started coming over to my spot, they have constantly been just different things. Well, I don't know why, but what they're doing is they're talking in the comment section about me. So when I respond to what they're saying to other people or just putting that comment there, I ask them, well, what do you have a problem with? What did I do to you? And if you're not comfortable with it, there's a whole bunch of other channels. But see, because we got so many people in common, you feel that you got to come over here because you feel that if you see everybody over here, you can turn them against me, or you feel that you see them on here and you want to deter them to come over to where, I mean, not deter them, have them come over to your spot. Well, let me tell you something. I'm running and I'm going to tell you something. I'm not being disrespectful, petty, hateful, or evil or anything, but I promise you right now, I'm sitting up here. I just got in here 12 hours out the door. You understand what I mean? So I've been fasting too. So I had to get in here and make me a little something here and make me a cup of tea. But right now I am running my own live and I got three other people that I'm supporting on other devices in my house and also got a computer running here running some business from the crib. You understand what I'm saying? So that's not even who I am. And I really want this person to gather themselves because they're very negative and I watch how they just keep procking around, and I feel that they think that they got a floor that they're standing on that's stable, just like with me. I ain't gonna build no house on no sand. You understand what I mean? So with that being said, I think it's just best, and it's not that they're gonna stop my shine because see, can't nobody stop me but God. You understand what I mean? Can't nobody stop me but God. I'm not letting this make me or break me, but I'm saying that you have to be acknowledged, you have to be dealt with. And then one of my other friends, she had a live here and they had to stop. She stopped the person herself because they kept spamming so many comments. She was stopping it. So if I'm doing wrong, why is everybody okay with doing it? You get what I'm saying? Let me see what Katie's saying here. Thank you so much, always, Katie. I know that's your ninja channel. Thank you, my dear. Force anybody to do anything. Yes, ma'am, Miss Lori. Each person has their own decision, choice, and preference. See, that's what I'm saying. They're not grateful. They're not grateful because this is what come on, be honest. All y'all beautiful people, all y'all out here, men, women, whoever's in the bushes, on the sideline, in the basement, that's here right now. Y'all know for a fact God is greater than any of us. God is greater than our own children. And for you guys to be multifaceted, owning houses, got husband, got kids, got sick family member, got to do laundry, got to eat, got to take a dump, got to brush your teeth. And for you guys to come over and spend time with me, do you know what that means to me? And I support y'all as well. But I just don't, and I understand, I ain't gonna say I don't understand why because people, hurt people, and some people are pure evil. You understand what I'm saying? Every rose has a thorn. Let's keep it real. But this person, and it kills me too, because this is a grown man, and they conduct themselves like they're so friendly to everybody, and they're a lover of this type of situation, and all of this other stuff, and they're a good pet lover, and all this other stuff. But I see something different. You know what I mean? You got to you can be where you want to be. Why would you keep coming? You got to look at it just like with all of us here right now. All of us are subscribed to a lot of same people, and then there's probably hundreds of people that a lot of y'all subscribe to that I never even met yet. So you can be wherever you want to be, and there's nothing wrong with it. But for you to come in, hey, how you doing? To everybody else and don't speak to the person spot you hanging out in, and then you start, yeah. So what y'all doing today? And then you start, oh yeah, because Rruk is running his live. Well, how long is she going to be doing it today? Well, first of all, I'm gonna be kind of blunt here a little bit, but I'm not trying to go sideways with it. It's none of your business because you know when you go somewhere and you don't like it, what do you do? The same door you came in you know, the same door you came in. Yes, it's evil. And I promise you, if I showed y'all, and I'm not going to do that either, just like I was saying about the person with this pastor. Because, see, one thing about me, I don't like to be phony and play games, but I don't like to be disrespectful. I can get the point out without trying to put somebody in the spotlight or disrespecting anybody. But once again, this is a person that everybody thinking is cool and dandy. Yes, just rude essentially. Yes, and just keep saying stuff. And I clearly said that. I promise you. First of all, this is what we got to do and what I'm doing. I am grateful to the Lord Almighty. I'm a daughter of the King of Kings, Lord of Lords. You understand me? I'm trying to find myself where I need to go and do the right thing and be a good patient steward. You understand what I mean? But at the same time, I promise you, God has been so good to me that I have been able to, even though I know I got these issues, these court proceedings going with one of my jobs and something with my personal life, no fault of my own. I'm not a victim, I'm a victor. I know that now. I used to be a victim before, though. I'm going to keep it real and no fault of my own. But I tell you, God has been so good to me with just having to move and hide from people and change your car. So listen, y'all, I, I'm in it. You get what I'm saying? But I have been blessed with a stable income even through C-19 when a lot of people's lives has fallen completely apart. I know one woman that she was doing so bad, her and her son, they started living in the car and they fell asleep one night and they died from the carbon monoxide because they had to run the heat. You don't understand. And she went to sleep where it probably was time to turn it off for a little while and crack the windows or get out and stretch. You know what I'm saying? They passed away. You get what I mean? How many people died from the C-19? How many people lost their jobs, their homes, their kids, pregnant women, babies died in them from cold. You understand? From C-19. So I have already had myself established financially before I come on here and fake the funk. The friendships that I'm making are priceless. This is God connecting us spiritually together from around the world because we're all strangers in a sense, but we're brother and sister. We're connected spiritually. This is not, some people are catfish, but for me, this is not a catfish just because I'm not on camera. But what I'm saying is, I'm not on here. Oh, she's trying to get watch hours. Oh, she's running. That's not all that's here. Think about it, y'all. Come on. Let's go back, ladies. All of us know this, and men, gentlemen, all of us. What were we doing back with Facebook? There was no financial gain on there or MySpace. What were we doing it for? Why were we on there? Because we love people. We're trying to find lost family members. We're trying to share some of our lives with different people in the world. We're connecting. And there was no price. There was no watch hours. Or you getting monetized. Or you getting paid. It wasn't about that. So for me, that was my main thing to get on here. But at the same time, for anybody that wants this to become something lucrative, do your thing. If you're doing the same thing as somebody else or it's not what you want, don't do it. But why worried about what somebody else is doing? And a lot of times when you're worried about other people's business, you take energy from straightening up your problems. And then you also block your blessings because see what you mean to hurt me seals your faith. You see what I'm saying? We have to pay attention to what we're doing. Think about what you're thinking. And that's the stuff that I keep saying. I don't understand what's going on here because this is not, and I got like two or three people that I can tell that ain't really connected either. Let me see. Can't focus on those. Yes, right. Miserable people just do it moving. That's right. I try to ignore it. Yes, the trolls in my comments. That's right. And that's the thing is, I have been ignoring them. And I'm just asking y'all opinion. Patty just gave a good response. But do you think I should allow them to keep getting on here or should I just get ready to get rid of them? That's all I'm trying to say. That's the reason why I'm speaking on it in detail. But I promise you, it can't make me or break me because God got me somewhere where this can't affect me no more. He may have got me caught up back before I knew how who He was and knowing my self worth. But now that I have arrived to where I'm at, if you would see how blessed my life is, even with these few negative things that I got going on, I am blessed. But the thing is, I don't need them taking up space. They're coming in here and they're making about 6 or 7 negative comments, and then they're also dropping their links, and they're flooding it out. And I done took off some of my lives because of that. You get where I'm coming from, and I just need to know, should I not just ignore them, but cut them off where they can stop popping up? Because everybody's lives that I'm in, when they get a troll, folks jump on them and get them shut down. I haven't done anything to this person yet. And I just was wondering if I should get them straightened out because they're part of this group and they're acting like they're in it and they're not. And I just need to know, should I just get them out of here and stop letting them even come on the come on the spot to get all together, because I can't let nothing like that. I'm battling the devil, man. How am I gonna let some human bother me or let the devil use somebody to hurt me? Come on now. The devil ain't even had to try to go through nobody to try to hurt me. He done came straight forward himself. You know what I mean? What did she say? Let me see. 1 second. She said a lot of people go around just for seeing going on. Yeah, let me see down here. If they want to go into the other. Yes, I'm reading this. What Miss Patty said. If it's the same person, I understand you. Yes, yes. I think I need to, Patty. That's really the question. I just was giving you guys a synopsis of what's going on and just opinion of how you feel about it and what should I do about it, because it done ran on long enough. You know what I mean? And it's time to exit stage left. You know what I mean? It's time to shut it down. But other than that, y'all, I couldn't possibly be speaking about all of this stuff and to let one person that obviously is struggling and living an awful life for whatever reason bring me down. But I just didn't know, because sometimes I just let them go on and carry on the way they want to. But I got a few people that's reaching out to me outside of YouTube, which I have people if they want to hit me up privately on Instagram, because I don't even have a PO box or none of that at this time. Any bills or whatever I have, light or whatever, I pick that stuff up myself. I don't have nothing mailed to me because that's just how I got to live right now. But I just was wondering how to handle that, and I think it's time to get ready to do that, because I was letting them, party. Party, party, party. Then I got people reaching out to me Instagram. There's somebody in your comment that keeps blah blah blah. There's somebody in your comment. So yeah, it's time. So with that being said, I'm getting ready to I'm gonna try to see. Just try to block them and hope they don't come back with another channel trying to do something. And if they do, then I'm going to have to reach out to them to see if they got some kind of email or some kind of address and just tell them, listen, friendship ain't working out. You know who I'm talking about, the one I showed y'all that keep coming in my comments. Oh, well, why come Rruk doing this? Remember that one? That one. And I'm gonna try to reach out to them privately and just let them know that the friendship is not working out and it's best to go on and move on. That's right. That's what I'm trying to explain. I'm not letting that happen. Say it. Say it, Miss Lori. If so, block that too. Yes, ma'am. See, that's what I'm saying. That's why that's why we're all forming together here, one holding the other up, because I just want to know what to do with it, because I've been letting them have their run. But a lot of people keep saying, you need to shut that down. And in my opinion, I think it's time too. But it can't make me or break me, because you look at me, I'm still breathing. You got to look at how many things that come against you, opposition. And once again, we know the devil would use people to hurt you. And once we know what that is, there's nothing nobody can do. Ain't no stopping. You understand what I mean? Really, there is no stopping. And I honestly am not taking this to heart. I just don't have time for it. Do you understand? Do you ever see people don't understand that a lot of this stuff that we struggle with is in the Bible? You understand? And if you read, you read and study in certain areas, you need to meditate on where you're struggling the most at. And for people like this, you're not supposed to be surrounded with them. You're not supposed to let them suck the air out of the room. You get what I'm saying? You're supposed to, so that you can stay on your path, even though it hasn't taken me off my path. Come on, I'm sitting here, I'm reading the comments. You know what I mean? I see what you're doing, but if you don't deserve to be here, so move along. That's right. She said, don't give anybody power over you. And see, period. That's right, ma'am. You don't. And see, that's the whole thing. I'm not allowing that to happen. I'm not letting them get no power over me. They've been coming now. And I'm wondering, should I just shut them down? Too weak to be face to face, unmasked. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And see, you know what's so weird too? The mask comes off. You know what I mean? The mask start coming off because when these people first started this, they had a mask on and then they started showing their true colors. And I promise you, I just, I got so many people that's reaching out to me. Like I said, people can hit me up on the gram about why are you letting that person stay in your life? Get rid of them. So I'm just asking y'all because y'all weren't there. I don't think when this happened. Well, y'all probably were there and didn't notice it, or maybe not in that certain live. But I just feel like maybe I should just let them go on their own. But it can't affect me because if it is, that means my whole channel would be. Well, I won't call mine the channel. I call it the hangout spot, but it would be shut down. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have no food today. Eventually, God will uncover and expose. Yes, ma'am, Patty. You know what it is. You know what it is? And the thing that's so weird about with this person too, it is a guy and they're right on the page with everybody else. And everybody else is talking to me or with each other, but he's the only one that's talking about me in the comments and nobody's really responding to him because I think they're overlooking him. And then I got two or three people saying, let me handle it, let me handle it because they can see that they're pretending. How you going to just like if I came to your live, Miss Patty, or or your channel, or Miss Lori, if you had content, which I can't wait to see if you do. But if I came to your live and I come in and I don't say nothing to you, Patty, but every time you reading, you're reading and strolling, you seeing me, yeah, Patty need to shut this down. Patty should be ashamed of herself running these lives long like this. Patty needs to get it together. How Patty gonna have all these people over here in her live and she's not even on camera? You get what I'm trying to tell you? These people are crazy, but they're letting you know who they are. They ain't coming in with a fake page. Just somebody subscribe to you and say they got your back. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, one of them. One of them. Ain't even no wolf in sheep's clothing either. Right out bare right in front of you. Yeah. So I let them. They've been partying like this now for about a good month now, and now it's time for the party to end. You know what I mean? And I keep telling them it's time to let it go, because we always say, don't let no one keep you down. We cannot have pleasure without pain. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, we know what's in the world, but we can't be of the world all the time. You know what I mean? Some things we fall short on because we do live in the flesh, but at the same time, we got to do what to do. I do not make any content. Oh, I know. That's what I was saying, Miss Lori. If you ever did, she said she don't want to. She said I don't intend to do so. It ain't nothing wrong with that, honey. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Because I was doing it for a while before I decided to start, doing a little bit of content. And we all have to remember too that no one can get saved for us. You can't get saved for your kids, your landlord, your niece, your nephew. You have to do it for yourself. And people don't understand. We got to pay attention to see this type of stuff like this. When you have people around like this, they want to try to disturb your groove. Cause I ain't gonna have nobody letting me turn drama into trauma. You know what I mean? Let it go. She said, I don't, she said she don't intend to do so. I hear you. I know what you mean, Miss Lori, because it ain't, I got so many people on here. And I don't, sometimes I wonder why I even did it, but I know I did. But yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that because I got a lot of people that don't make any content, but they're really there and they help you out, whether they have a channel or not. I just always ask. Well, I already checked you out to try to find channel months ago when I first ran across you anyway, Miss Lori, and I know you didn't have any content, but I always check because I want to go back and love on you as well. You know what I mean? But I guess I can just, us talking like this, we feeling each other. So that's all good. We just got to make sure that we don't get caught up in this worldly stuff. We got to pay attention to how we present our spiritual lives. We really do. Understand they can leave your channel if they don't like what's going on. Yeah, they should just scroll to the next. Yes, ma'am, Miss Patty. You all right? Shower. Crack the door and stand there for a minute. But yeah, that is the truth, Patty. You know what? That's why you know that it ain't nothing but evil because this is not like I'll give you example. I don't know if you guys got that. She said yes, 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 Miss Patty. You know how they got that thing that nobody can avoid. What's that warning that they do on your phone? You know what I mean? I'm not saying like 'cause a lot of people, get forced. Not just Amber Alert, but something with the president and some things like that that you can't control. But something like this, people don't have to be a part of it. Just like with the C-19. You can't swipe that away, but this you ain't even got to be here. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Lori is a great supporter. You don't have to, and that's what kills me. But I think that's what they get off at. They get off on knowing that everybody's over at some spot or y'all here and y'all chilling and having a good time, and they come with their bitter, awful, whatever they're going through. Instead of trying to get in with the groove to get some comfort in whatever they're going through, they come trying to destroy. And we already know who backed those kind of people up. That's why I said I just want to know how long to let them because in a few lives it got crazy. You know what I mean? And it's not what they said. It's just they're taking up too much time and space, and you don't need to be here. And I always tell people, when it comes to stuff, you either you complain and remain. You know what I mean? Or you can do it moving, but don't be where you don't want to be. Period. It's time for me to break my fast. I made a cup of tea, but I didn't make anything to eat. I made those zucchini, and that's just for everybody. But I need to eat something, maybe a sandwich, a tuna sandwich or something. Better put them there. It's completely out of their lives. Yes, yes, that's exactly what it is. Because I'm gonna tell you one thing, and y'all, we all know this for a fact as people. What you saying, Miss Laurie, is true. The misery. Because I'm gonna tell you one thing too. Even with us, I don't care what kind of sickness that we have. I don't care if it's the flu, something with your stomach, a sprained ankle, a headache, a stomach ache, cramps. If you do not adjust yourself properly, that stuff will have you toe up. You have to know how to put it in the perspective where you control your emotions about how you're feeling. Or it'll take you down. These are the misery. I know that's right. You know what I'm saying? You got to like with me when I'm not feeling well, I don't want to lay around and just mope. I mean, we do that, but I want to at least try to say, you know what I'm saying. If you're not feeling well, see if you can get up. Come on, see if you can walk to the bathroom. I mean, in some cases, some of that's impossible. Okay, well you can't do it physically. Use your spiritual. Do it with your spiritual side. Then you know what I mean. Even if you have to verbally express how you feel, and to turn the TV on or something. Get in there and splack a little water on your face. You know what I'm saying? Live, live, live. Know that God is here no matter what you're going through. That's what I keep saying. Folks don't and a lot of times folks don't know that by you wallowing in stuff, sometimes it makes it a lot worse. But I know that we all have to process stuff with different emotions and then arrive back to something positive. But at the same time, sometimes you can uplift yourself before it gets that deep. You know? And I mean that. And I say this constantly to folks because I'm working on it myself, and I hope we all can arrive at the same place. Because a lot of times too, we have to stop trying to fix something that we didn't break, and a lot of us are guilty of doing that too. God put His super on. Yes, yes. I heard He said, "Amen." He sure will. I'm telling you, He sure will. I'm telling you, He will. I know that. That's why I always, even a lot of times when people have done something negative towards me, around me, I try my best to make sure that I don't let it take me nowhere because that's what they're going through. But if you allow yourself to get involved with it now, that's what you're going through. You know what I mean? It's like with us, we struggle with dealing with death and loss in our lives, and that's because it's a pain and it does hurt, but at the same time, we have to embody something greater than that, which is the Holy Spirit that comforts you in a different way. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I've always had and maybe I'm wrong and I need to change that up, but I always have felt that, Dag, so you tearing it up in here, huh? I have always felt that when you lose somebody, that it will always hurt a little bit, but God will make sure you can deal with it. A lot of people may not feel that way, but I do. I really do. I really do. I feel that God will make a way for you to be able to deal with it, even though it hurts. Part of you, you may cry sometimes when you think about him, but it's bearable. He makes it bearable. I honestly and truly feel that. But I feel that, it's always going to hurt a little bit. And that doesn't mean anything negative necessarily. Like all of this bread sits there for me. This, uh, you know, yeah, all of them ain't, but they next to too much in this kind of way, so I'm not going to do it. That's marked down because it's going bad. Yeah, that's how they do though. They try to sell it off. So a lot of times, us people, we got to have the sense to know that, hey, that the thing is open. If you don't mind. Yeah, we have to have the sense to know that, hey, when something's marked down, you got to make sure it's not marked down. Because sometimes it's marked down because it's going bad, and you say, "Well, I know I'm not going to cook this today, so I might as well not buy it." But sometimes the inventory, they just trying to sell the stuff too. And then sometimes you get something on markdown, you need to plan to go on and eat it. Mm-hmm. Or they have stuff on markdown that was expired. Yes. And they know it's expired. They shouldn't be selling it. They should throw it away. Yep. So what was that? I had that almond butter or something. I was like, that was expired. Heck, though. Every month's expired. I'm talking about from August, and I'm like, you not in August no more. Exactly. And you got to know that kind of stuff. Sometimes you can get it, go on and get it home, freeze it and put it up, or just don't buy it at all. Just don't buy it at all. You know what I mean? Oh, check the dates. Yep, check the dates. What's she saying here? Yes, he is the comforter. Yes, ma'am. Yes, he is, Miss Lori. The source of all comfort. Amen. He said, come to thee. All labored and suffering. Come to me. Yes, yes, yes. See, as long as we believe in that, oh my God. Oh my God. Listen to his word, Lord have mercy. And that's what he has. The Lord has mercy. Huh? Oh my goodness. This is why I like coming together with you know how they say when two or more touch and agree. That's the reason. That's the reason for the season. I'm telling you. You know what I mean? We all come together. You always today. That's right. At church today. That's why I keep telling people. Sometimes you may not feel that you're not finding the right physical church home. But sometimes people don't realize two or more come together. Two or more. Two or more come together and agree. Or sometimes you get in there, you praise the Lord yourself. You get in there and you praise the Lord yourself. Yes, and I promise he'll hear you just as well as he did if you was with somebody or not. We have to understand and believe that he is real. And I'll tell you another thing people ain't paying attention to. He's coming. He's coming. Get ready for the rapture because he's coming. And I promise you too, everybody don't be paying attention, but it is definitely the truth. If you believe and read what's in his books, you definitely will know. If you don't know, you better ask somebody. Because when this goes down, there ain't no coming back. It can't keep having the same thing happen over and over again without permanent change. We can't keep doing this over. It's got to come to a standstill. You know how many times this can happen where he's giving everybody a chance, straighten up, do what they need to do, get to where they need to be so that they can make it into, the Holy Land, and everybody just keep on playing around and running here saying this and that, but they don't realize that when the time is up, it's gonna happen and you ain't even gonna know what hit you. But if you are ready and prepared and meditating in the word, you ain't gotta worry about it being left out even if it happens suddenly. Because you already know that you in the word and you doing what you're supposed to be doing, and you're gonna be all right no matter when it happens or where it happens. That's the whole thing about you know, having yourself together is that you don't have to worry about any of those things. He releases you from any of that pain and suffering. You never have to worry about that if you know that you're standing right with him. He's always going to be a way maker for you. I don't care if you at your darkest hours. If you believe you can achieve. I know that, honey. I think we all though experience some rock bottom, rock bottom horrible stuff in our lives in a lot of different ways. Because there is nobody on this earth that can really tell you that they ain't never experienced no kind of hurt and no kind of pain and no kind of sorrow. We all are here and we all go through some type of pain and suffering. But when you cry out to him, he definitely gonna make sure you know that he gonna wipe your tears. 'Cause I know that no matter how low I get, I know that he's always there to lend a helping hand. And with God, because we say the devil will use people to hurt you, but God can use people to help you. You know what I mean? The total opposite. So when we believe all things are possible through Christ is our strength. All things are possible. I'm telling you, when you get that kind of feeling, that's why when I get on here, I start talking because it gets a feeling on you. You just got to let go and let God, you know what I mean, and speak it. Also, I know that there's a lot of people that I see on YouTube and in person that are deceived. So that's the reason why I talk about a lot of the stuff just, to try to help people along and help myself as I'm going trying to help them with the struggle of our comprehension of what we're here for and what God is doing for us and will do for us, has done for us, and to show them, the best I can anyway, which lane to get in. You know what I mean? Which way is right? Because I know with I had one person that's that was talking about this new church that we got involved in, and they seemed like they was happy and the church was going good. Maybe what she said sounds like the definition of life. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Miss Laurie. Going to experience things. Let God bring through. Yes, let God. Oh, Lord. Yes, ma'am. He is our strength. So true. Yes, ma'am, Miss Patty. And I'm gonna tell you, and that's why I like to talk about the ups and the downs of church, good and bad, in between, because not just because of this one person, but for all of us. I had this one girl, that I knew long ago, and she got herself, she was bragging about this new church that she found and happy about it and stuff. And she decided to bring, her family and got everybody there baptized and stuff. But the thing is, she was, involved with the pastor. And the pastor was married. And he had the first lady and another woman that he was dealing with in the church. And then he brought her to the church to sit around these women, and act like all of that's okay. And didn't seem to pay attention to that he's married. And then the other lady in the congregation started bothering her. And she just seemed like it just was over her head. Like she didn't know that she wasn't in the right place. You know what I mean? I promise you, it was horrible. And I'm not gossiping. I'm trying, we're trying to save somebody here. You know what I mean? Horrible. Horrible. and she got involved. Now, that's what I didn't understand, and no disrespect to her, but once this man, when you go to church, right, and you dealing with a pastor that's married, you automatically know who the first lady is. You get what I'm trying to say, y'all? Come on now. And if you started attending this church, and then you done brought your whole family here, and all these people is over 21 years old, and they still nobody paid attention that this man is married, and then you continue to see this man. She continued a relationship with this man, a sexual relationship, if I may be blunt. And she continued to see this man knowing all of that. And I just felt like maybe because she didn't know nothing about church and stuff, that she thought that was all right, even though if you didn't know nothing about church, you didn't see how your family had been through dad cheating on mom and bop bop bop. So I don't know how to run this one, but I know that her whole family got involved with this church. She's seeing this man, and then what turned up was he was messing with another woman. Yes, yes, Miss Lori. Right from wrong, yes, yes. Tremendous deceit, yeah. And she kept on. She just continued on to see the man. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't understand how she continued on. She'd have brought her mother there, which this woman was well in her what 50s, early 60s, and they continued to attend the church. All her family she brought there to get baptized, and she continued to see the man. And then what she started realizing is that one of the other women that was in the congregation was somebody that he was seeing too. So he had her, he had the first lady, this other woman, and her. And what happened was, thank you. What happened was the other lady started going out there messing with her car and stuff. You know what I mean? With the new girl, because I call it a flock. Started messing with the new girl's car. But how are you all right with you yourself seeing this man if you know that the man is married, though? And your mother's there with you and other family members, and everybody's adults. Everybody well over 21. How is y'all okay for you being with the pastor and he's married? Yes, it is foolishness. I'm telling you, it is that, Miss Lori. And she continued on with this man, and then the other woman started bothering her. The woman that was, I guess, the second wife, if you want to call it that. And then the first lady knew about them two women and several others. You get what I mean? And she stayed around messing with this man, and she got ended up getting pregnant from this man. I don't know what to do with that because I don't know how she wouldn't have known nothing about. And I'm gonna be honest with you, no judgment there, but I don't see how because she was raised up, he was taught, not to mess with married men and things like that. And then you with a guy that said he's serving God. Yes, whoremongers. Yes, yes, ma'am. Oh my gosh, Miss Patty, y'all, the right ones to be. I would love to attend service with you and Miss Laura, cause y'all know what it is. And Miss 52, and that's what I said. And she's continued on all of them, looking at each other all kinds of ways, but praising him though. They're all fighting for his affections. You know what I mean? And she continued on, but and no disrespect, but I'm gonna say it like this: do y'all remember David and Bathsheba? What happened to the baby? Huh, I'm not saying nothing. I ain't trying to be rude, cause I ain't got nothing negative about no innocent child. But what happened to that baby? Cause you remember he lusted after her, and when he got with her, she ended up getting pregnant. Bathsheba, y'all know what I'm talking about. Where's the baby at? In the same category with this girl here. She got with this man and got pregnant by him. Where is the baby? Where is that child at? See what I'm talking about, right? And the thing is, she continued to see this man. Okay, she continued to see this man. I'm having a little bit of something to eat, y'all. I finally broke my fast. I was gonna eat the zucchini. I made some zucchini, but I needed something a little bit more substantial because I've been fasting for a long time, probably over 12 hours now. I usually go over 12, and I got a cup of tea there, some lemon and ginger tea. But yeah, but she still continued to see this man, and what got her from continuing to see this man was because that other woman, I just call it the second wife, ran her off by stalking her and doing stuff to her car. She finally got scared enough to stop messing with the man, you know. But she stayed with him and conceived a child, and that's the same way. You see how that was when David tried to cover up that with Bathsheba, it didn't work itself out. You know, things that was done in the dark came to light, and it was all about lust. Just like with this woman here that I'm talking about that got involved in the church. How are you even going somewhere and you see that that man got another woman there? And then y'all doing it supposed to be in the house of the Lord at that. How where do you think you are? And then out of all these people laying up with each other, y'all ain't worried about, ain't nobody here serving God, you know. And then venereal diseases and unwanted pregnancies and 5 and 6 people piling up, ain't checking themselves, ain't going to the doctors or nothing, getting pregnant by some man that you don't even know. He brought you into the deception. And then you got all of them women sitting around here rolling their eyes and stuff at each other, but ready to jump in the bed the minute he called in one of them. And then you don't even know how many other women that he's dealing with. Yes, yes. And you know what? That's exactly what it is. God will forgive because, you know, look at all the stories that we got that we can speak about the people that God used that have committed sins. Oh, thank you so much, Betty. You know God is forgiving, but we're like you said, Miss Patty, where the pastor gonna get in trouble is because you bringing people into that under God and using God to manipulate these people, and then these people themselves have to take responsibility to it, their part in it as well, and God is gonna handle the pastor for what he did. You know what I mean? And he gonna pay for it too, but God will forgive him too. Well, you know how this go. But that's the whole thing too. That is just we're not paying attention to as people out here in the world. I mean this for real, for all of us. Is that as the pastor will pay as each of them will? Yes, ma'am. Yes, Miss Lori. And see, this is another thing that people don't understand that we all got to get right at a certain point in our lives. Just because God is forgiven doesn't mean that we can keep sinning. We understand that if we're trying to make it to eternal life, we can't keep on just doing what we want to do. It's going to end. It's going to end. You understand what I mean? When people start doing what they want to do and not listening to God, this is all the stories that we have, the great stories in the Bible. You know, this is all the great stories that we have in the Bible of why, the stuff was destroyed because they was not practicing what they should be practicing. And they keep thinking because they can keep running to God constantly, at some point it's going to stop because this is the last run now, y'all. We in this, we're in the home stretch now. It's a wrap. There ain't gonna be too many do overs. Cause this time when you come in, this is it. You either making it or you ain't. Yep. The same sin again and again. That's what I'm talking about. But see, people don't understand that. A lot of people keep thinking, I got tomorrow. I can straighten out. I can repent. and just keep playing with it. And see, the thing is, people can tell us anything, but God knows if you truly have repent. God also knows that if there's certain stuff that we are struggling with, He know how to handle it. But at the same time, we can't think we fooling Him and gonna get by with it. It's not gonna happen. Actually, you're gonna make it worse on yourself by doing that. We got to really take that seriously because I think a lot of people think they got till tomorrow. I got till the next day. Oh, I can do it. I can wait. And the thing is, your number is going to be up. And when I say that, I'm not talking about just passing on, but you're not going to keep having as many chances because it's got to end somewhere. You know how many do-overs that God had, and we can start all the way back from like with Adam and Eve, what He told them in the garden. What happened there? All these different stories, in our lives that we have that a lot of people don't seem to pay attention to. They're happening for a reason, right? God knows it all, right now and forevermore. Yes, and people don't understand that every knee must bow on earth and under the earth. You understand what I'm saying? Every knee must bow, and you can't keep doing what you want to do because you feel that you can just keep saying, "Oh, He's gonna forgive me," "Oh, I can repent." But how long is that gonna happen though before He shut it down? Be honest though. And everybody always say like with God, ask God and you will receive. Well, He's not gonna give you everything you ask for, but He will give you what you need if He see fits that you need it. You can say, I've been walking, I need a car. I've been cold, I need a warmer coat. But if He say that you need something else, you're not gonna get neither one of them items. You're gonna get what He said, and this is sufficient for you. This is sufficient for you. And that's what He says. And you keep, oh, He didn't answer my prayers. Yes, He did. You just ain't seeing what you want. You see the difference between need, greed, and wants. You're not getting what you want. So you quick to holler out that your prayers are not being answered, but they are being answered. It's just not the way you want it to be. So then you feel that it ain't working for you. And that absolutely is the wrong way. That is definitely the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? There is no way that you could honestly think that you not getting that new car you wanted, that new coat, them pair of shoes, that God is forsaking you, or that your prayers is not being answered when you are alive. First of all, when you are alive, you are blessed to see another day. God has given you mercy, undeserved favor, and you're questioning that. Oh my goodness, we're in trouble, aren't we? You got to look at that. Really got to meditate on that. You're alive. And that's what I find myself going around throughout the day saying, "Thank you, Lord, for your mercy and your undeserved favor. Lord, thank you for saving a wretch like me." Yes, undeserved favor. A lot of people, what do you mean? If you reading the Bible, do you understand what any of this stuff means, or you just reading it so that you can tell somebody, "Oh, I read 21 pages. Oh, I read Psalms." Okay, what did you learn? Because of what you're speaking on and how you're behaving, it's like you never read it. You got to pay attention to what you're putting out there and how you present your spiritual life to the rest of the world. A lot of people don't pay attention to that. Everybody going around making their own Bible, putting together what they say is right. You see, they put that there, right? You know, they're making, and you know what happened when they had folks over there that's worshiping false gods. You know what happens there. So you might as well not even bother to try that. You see what happened to the folks that did that before you even step up and try to do that. And see what's going to happen. Just like I'm going to tell you this right now, too. And I'm going to get back into it. I just need to sit down and write down and check out some of my commentary. But you look at it right now, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, hating on nobody, talking underground or the negative. But you look at how many people that say they was rich as P. Diddy, and they wish they was, they had a church like TD Jakes, allegedly. I'm just saying allegedly. And do you see what they under fire with right now? Did anybody wishing for that to be called out if it's true? Because see, we don't know. The only way that we know any of that is true is if they got evidence and these people are being prosecuted. Other than that, people lie on folks all day, all the time. You know what I mean? All day long on a regular basis. But I'm just saying, did anybody worship and wishing that though? You see the difference. Did you hear anybody say, well, I wish that I was called this and that? They want to see the money part of it. But do you think they wish what these people going through right now though? And what about all of the stuff that's coming out with all these different young rappers? You got to look at this. This is a hard pill to swallow. How, like I said before, and I was saying this earlier, okay, allegedly, they said Usher mother had to speak to P. Diddy way back when Usher was gonna start working with him because he said that P. Diddy did some inappropriate stuff to him, around him, or whatever. And they said that Usher's mother talked to him and straightened it out, but then let her son go live with him at the age 14 for a whole year, and they end up having a sexual relationship allegedly. What did the mother say? You mean to tell me any of y'all women here or men or whoever's around right now on this live right now watching, your child is coming to you and telling you that the person that's their babysitter, cousin, uncle, whoever it is, that touched them inappropriately, and you as a parent, whether you're a man or a woman, you're gonna say, "Well, I talked to them and I straightened that out," and then let your child go live with them a whole year without you being around in a different state or whatever. What are we talking about, people? Come on, hello, come on. Mm, mm. That's interesting, isn't it? That's what I'm saying. It's all coming out. It's all coming out. But how can you what do you take as a responsibility if you have a child and they're coming and they're telling you that somebody touched them inappropriately, it was a definitely a sexual thing or some type of abuse, and you as a parent, a woman or a man is gonna say, well, I talked to that person and I straightened it out. You think them urges is gone? You must be crazy. Y'all gotta do better than that. Mm-mm. We gotta do way better than that. Something ain't right here. You understand what I'm saying? Is there a fox in the hen house? This is crazy. And y'all know it is. Mm-mm. Talk to who? What kind of sickness like that can you just simply talk to somebody about and it's gonna be okay? You know what I'm saying? That's not gonna be okay. And the thing is, that was in the light. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's in the dark that's got to come to the light, but that was in the light. It's like I said with this YouTuber person. This wasn't nobody that was just coming with a fake page and all that. This was the person that was hanging in with the crowd. You get what I'm saying? Coming to the cookouts. You know what I mean? How are you going to say that, though? How did you handle anything? You tell me somebody did something to your child, a sexual thing, and they're a full grown man or woman? You're going to say, I spoke with them. Oh, boy, where are we living at? Sounds good, Patty. Bless you. And take care, my dear. What Miss Lori saying here? Let me see. Okay. Someone sure is sick, not healing by talking. Right. In my opinion, yes. Totally, yes. Totally, yes. Connect the child from from the abuser. That's what I'm saying. And they're not trying to talk negative. Like I said, all the stuff is allegedly, but they got the story up about his mother talking to this man about molesting him and doing something to him in the past. And then all of these guys was in line up shaking their head when, R. Kelly went to jail. Now that part he went to jail is not alleged. He really did go to jail, but whatever they saying he done, some of that's alleged, some of it's real. But I'm just saying, all y'all was shunning him, and now look at y'all time. Now y'all time is up. Now y'all showing, y'all showing that y'all the same as he is. All these different people. If you look at all these different groups and stuff that we got out here, how many of these young people that you see family let them go off because these people are millionaires or because they rich and don't even know the man? You just know his music, his money, but you don't know him as a man. And your child wanted a chance at acting or singing, and y'all gonna let them go off 10, 11, 12 years old and sometimes younger with these grown people and strangers and be on tour with them 4 and 5 months at a time. Come on, it's scary. You know, something ain't right with that. A lot of people don't take that serious, but that's scary. And kids are led to lambs to a slaughter. Yes, and you know the thing is, what about allegedly T.D. Jakes? Even with him, they had a story about his son was, and this was a real story. This wasn't allegedly, but I'll just say allegedly. His son was arrested because he was trying to solicit a male that services themselves out like that. You know what I'm saying? And when the cops went to arrest him, he played with himself right in front of the cops. So that was another charge that was thrown up on him. T.D. Jake's son was looking for a man to have some fun with. See where I'm going? See where I'm going with this, right? And this was something that was arrest, the mug shots, all of that was real. That really happened. And now him being a world renowned minister and pastor, look what's going on now with him. And see the whole thing about this stuff, you don't want to think the bad about nobody and try to be the one to try to bury somebody and bring somebody down and all that kind of stuff. But see, it's being shown to you. It's being shown to you what's really going on here. And people don't understand that it's not just a regular Joe Smo out here. You know what I mean? And that's not bad to be, regular blue collar worker, somebody that's not famous, but they're everybody is kind of pretty much pimping their kids out to these famous people looking for money and fame at whatever cost, which is a lot of them selling their kids out, which children have real talent. You just got to find the right kind of producer and stuff to get them around instead of just jumping on anything and then letting your kids, if you ain't got enough money or they're not letting you come and ride with your child, you got to be careful. You understand what I'm saying? Because a lot of times these places that they're bringing your kids to, if you know your child is a minor and you want that career or that lifestyle for them, you have to be available. You can't send them off on their body just because they got money. You even just for regular school, for your kids to go to school, you need to get your butt up in there and meet the principal and some of these teachers and stuff and get an idea of what kind of kids your kids are going to school with. I don't give a damn if they're teenagers or not. You need to be active in that and knowing what's going on. A lot of people ain't doing that. They're just putting them out and letting them go. And all these, so many of these famous people. Did you see how many famous people that's coming up? Chris Brown said, look, allegedly, he just did an interview. This was a real interview, but I'm gonna say allegedly that he was approached like that, and he was rejected. I guess I don't know if he was uneasy. He wasn't easy to be victimized or whatever. Bow Wow, allegedly, all these guys, Lil Wayne, Birdman, all these people. It seem like too a lot of our famous rappers is in and out of their sexual preference. I don't know what's going on, but I know the majority of these people They're proving this stuff because look, I just say allegedly the stuff that they were saying about Usher. They said that he gave like I think it was two women and a man herpes, and they won their lawsuits. And now they're saying way back when he was messing with, with being abused by P Diddy, that he got it from him. But then I'm saying if he got it from him, how many kids has P Diddy had since then? And none of those women had it. This is disgusting. It's just It's like people just living lives that God ain't in place and all that, and doing what they want to do. People out here in the flesh and just tearing it up. And look how many other people get hurt because of it. It's trickling down the line. Victims after victims left. Really matters. Always exposed. Yes, we have to be. That's what I said. I don't know how people don't understand. You can't see another thing too that I look at when it comes to these kids and stuff like this too. A lot of time, people don't realize that you have to look into your own family when it comes to your kids, because you don't know a lot of people are monsters until they do something. You get what I'm saying? It could be somebody that you never thought of that way and never showed no signs of it, but they got caught slipping and got exposed. The mask came off. You know, and a lot of people don't pay attention to that. You got to pay attention to your kids around the house, siblings humping and touching each other and things. Or you got some siblings that are very abusive towards each other, whether it's verbal or physical. You got to have your hands in that. You can't just let that just go and think it's just always people out the door and strangers. Sometimes maybe their own father. I found out a lot more too about how many females that are pedophiles. It's not just the men. There's so many girls that's coming forth and boys saying that they were molested by a woman. Even with R. Kelly, allegedly his own sister was having relations with him for years. We gotta look all around. You can't just say, "Oh, well, they fine at home." Their own brother been raping them for a whole year, boy or girl, sibling. It happens. You saying that right? The family, and then it's a lot of secrets that people keep and hide when it comes to that family. But it's not just God exposing it. Well, it is God exposing it, but I'm just saying a lot of times we know stuff too and ignore it because they don't want this to get out about their family, which obviously you're supposed to keep, private stuff in your family, but at the same time, you got to stop it too, though. You can't just let that go on. You got to stop that. A lot of people don't do nothing about it. I remember there's one girl telling her story, and she said that, whatever happened with them financially, they lost their apartment and they had to move in with their father's brother, wife, and kids. And the girl, once they started living there, the uncle started coming at her sexually right off the bat, and nobody believed her. So whenever she said something, they put her out the house. Huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah, just walk up there. Just out of thing. I started using some of them wordless, but they didn't have the hard candy retro ones. They had the ones that were triple free, and I didn't know if you had her. didn't do the something, right? I don't get him. Yeah, I don't get him. And he just goes and grabs him and crackers and he just said he wanted a little bit. So I asked him, he said, well, Nat, stand up, Nat, just ask me anything I can do. If I was not on phone anyway, if I was on the phone, you're supposed to go down today anyway. You were wanting something, you would have told me that night. You know, just to get it in, you know. Start decorating, sure. Film it, you know. Huh? Uh-huh. One piece, I want to thank you. Look at sister. Oh, wow. You're not gonna film? I thought you said you were gonna film decorating the tree. Yeah, myself. And then I can't do that. Oh, you gonna show yourself in it? Okay, well you can just give me some pictures or a little footage of the tree then. Oh. I'm telling you, y'all. Well, it's so hard when it comes to them kind of family things. She said, we must accept the truth as it is given to us. Do something about the situation. Yes, ma'am, Miss Laurie. Certain it is not easy to face, but not turn a blind eye. This is so many. Yes, yes, Miss Laurie, and I'm telling you, listen here. You already know what I'm talking about. Do you know how many people that could be saved? And I'm not talking about just the one first victim, but everybody that this man or person that is a deceitful heathen is what I call it. If somebody would do something about it, you can't even just say. And what they did with this young lady, it was a horrible story. What they said with this young lady is that when she started saying that, everybody came against her, which are her mother and father. One of her brothers knew because he was helping her dodge this man. But anyway, her mother and father both came against her. Obviously, the uncle said that she was lying, and his wife went along, and the whole house came against her. So what they did was they sent her to live with the grandmother, that one out of the out of the rest of the kids in the house. And as she was living with the grandmother, he came over there when he knew the grandmother would be gone to work and assaulted her over there several times. You see what I mean? And what they don't understand is, and like you said, it's going to be hard. You imagine if you're in a situation and you got a husband and some children, and y'all both are responsible for raising the children, paying the bills, and keeping the house running, and you find out for a fact that you know that your husband is doing something to your son or daughter, whatever child it is, or more than one. And you mean to tell me because you worried about if you put him out that you're not going to be able to pay the mortgage, so you allow your kids to stay abused, and they don't even necessarily have to be sexual abuse. It could be very detrimental, verbal and physical abuse, and you're going to stay because you don't know how. And I've been in that. I already know, not for me personally, but I've been a victim of being a child. Let me stop. Anyway, yeah, you mean to tell me that you're going to stay in a situation? I'd rather be homeless with my kids, or in that case, than to be in harm's way like that. I don't care how much you done laid with this man, this your husband, you done had kids and you didn't want to believe it. I don't care. Even if you have a situation where if you are a parent or a person that's that daggone blind, but you need some sight, you need to see, you can set that up. Because I had a situation with a family member, but it wasn't nothing sexual, it was a drug situation. I kept telling, this other family member, but this person was back using again, and that's why a lot of stuff is missing around the house and bop bop bop, and they didn't want to listen to me. So I told her, you go to work like you do. I go to work an hour after you. Let us both find a day that we can take off work the same day, and we leave off at our regular routine and sneak back into the house. Because this family member that was doing this, the room was at the front of the house, so it was easy for us to you could have easily snuck in the back door, the basement. You understand what I'm saying? Without her hearing us coming in with keys. And we caught her right in the act, just like with this woman here, or all these family members that didn't want to believe this uncle was doing this. Set it up, put a damn camera, but don't let him go as far as actually ended up finna rape this child or abuse this child again, but put up a camera so you can see what the person doing. And one girl said that her mother, it got bad though, y'all, and I'm not trying to justify this, so please nobody don't misunderstand me. One girl said that her mother had got a new man in her life. And you know how these women is quick, some of them. Quick, fast, move this man in the house. And she said that after he was living there with them for about 2 months, he started bothering her. And soon as her mother leave for work, he would run and grab her out her room because oh, I'm babysitter. I don't go in. You work one shift, I work the other, that type of thing. So he would go in her room and get her out the bed and bring her and slam her, or he'd slam her on her own bed and start taking her clothes off and stuff. And she let it happen a few times, and she got tired of it because he finally penetrated her. I don't mean to be fresh. And she told her mother, and her mother said, "Okay." She said, "I believe you, but I want to catch him in the act so that I can take this to the police, all that." So she put a camera up. And while he was doing the routine, she took the car, parked it around the corner, crept back in the house. She caught him in the act, but she came in there with a butcher knife, though. I'm gonna tell you, because she had already seen on the camera that he was going in there, attacked her daughter, so she went and grabbed the knife before she went in there and went to doing this man. And I ain't saying nothing that's right. I'm just giving an idea of somebody that really cared, and she didn't want her to necessarily to be assaulted again, but she wanted to have enough evidence to lock this man up because when the man had assaulted this girl and finally penetrated this girl, she didn't have no underwear with no liquid on it. I don't want to get nasty and disrespect you, Miss Lori, or anybody else here, but you get what I'm saying. And they was able to get him put away. Yes, stop the predator abuse because the thing is, it's going to keep happening. And mind you, this man is laying with this woman, having a life with her in bed and with her daughter that's 10 years old. So if she would have chose not to believe her daughter and to continue on laying up with this man, and he done took your daughter's virginity and everything and abused this child, and because you don't want to say nothing because you want to be with him. I mean, there's a lot of horrible stories, and there's plenty more that's gonna come until these folks wake up and do what they need to do to protect these children out here. A lot of folks is not doing it. A lot of folks are in cahoots with the devil. And this man, obviously, he rooting for the devil, and all these children are being harmed. Because if you ever notice that people don't pay attention to, if you don't do nothing about it, this man is going to keep doing it to your child, and you don't know how many other kids that he's doing that to. And then a lot of these women too, and I've been noticing this has been real bad. A lot of these women get mad, and they keep saying that it's the child's fault. No matter if this is a 6-year-old girl to a girl about 15 or 16, you wanted it. You led him on. All that's sick. 'Cause there's something wrong with these mothers and folks and stuff like that. Because a lot of time, to be honest with you, how would a child know how to describe any detail like that to you? What a man's private look like, and this child is only 10 years old. How would they be able to know that? They had this. You get what I'm saying? You know what, Miss Lori? I promise you, I don't know how I would make it. I don't know how I would be able to get through it either. I don't know how I would respond. And these women are telling these folks, you ever remember that movie Precious? Well, in all honesty, there's so many real stories like that. There's so many stories like that in real life. And for my child to come tell me that, and I ain't even got to see a video or nothing. I'm going in for that sucker. And I know that ain't the kind of child that God's raising me to be, but I don't know. I don't know if I can hold it. I don't know. And for these women to put their kids out, get rid of their kids, tell their kids they wrong and they wanted it. Even I don't care if you got a daughter 16. Even if she told you that she was having a relationship with your boyfriend and liked it and thought it was okay because she messed up in the head. You gonna turn on and get her for this man? Mm, 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 mm. This is we're in trouble here. We are in trouble here. We need some help. Not yesterday, right now. All the time. This ain't never been all the way right. No, you know what I'm saying? And the thing that people don't understand, this ain't new. It's just getting worse. And that's the truth. This is not new. It's just getting worse. And until we we got to be, cleansed again. See, this is what people are not paying attention to. It's time. It's time. Rapture. It's time. You see, because God can see that folks ain't gonna straighten up. Not enough of them anyway. You know, it's not going to straighten up. So what he's doing is it's time to cleanse and it's time to get that one more wrap through and it's done. Because we've been dealing with this stuff forever. It seems like a lot of people don't pay attention. I don't care if folks tell you, "Oh, well, back in the days it was tradition." No, let me tell you something. I don't care what time you came up, and I'm gonna tell you, I got a lot of family. I'm gonna tell you something. Listen to me, and I'm not trying to disrespect nobody. I ain't making up no stories. I can prove anything that I'm saying. And I tell you what, when I started looking at, if you ever get a chance in your life, if you really pay attention to, look at in your own family, first of all, any of us. And I'm not judging nobody. I'm not saying there ain't no families that haven't experiences because everybody don't have perverts and this and that in their family or whatever. I'm just saying, just some synopsis. Look at the ages of whoever in your family from back, older people to younger people. They said back in the days that it was okay. Like, I'm gonna give you a color purple scenario right here. I would react. I am not sure where. Yeah, it's horrible. It's a horrible thing. The movie, I don't know. Okay, you said you didn't hear the movie Precious. It's disgusting. I'm gonna tell you, but I needed to learn something from that. That's why I watched it. But also remember, not also remember. Do you remember the movie Color Purple? There's a teaching in that as well. You understand what I'm saying? There's a teaching in that as well, because this is what I constantly keep hearing that women, you never said boys, and I'm not, please, if there's any guys around here, please do not misunderstand me and what I'm saying. I'm not pointing the fingers or trying to twist it up, but even you guys would know this. It's been a common thing where you would marry a girl 10, 11, 12 to a man 45 or 50 years old. That it was common back in the days to marry and legally allowed to do so. I would have never thought that was right. I don't care what kind of upbringing, and I see the innocence of kids and what I felt about my innocence when I was younger. I would never have thought that was okay. But if you start looking at your family tree, honey, don't be surprised what you see, because I done learned something that blew me away. And you'll be shocked at what your family members, the ones that created you, the ones that created the one that born you, who they got with. How old was your grandfather when he got with your grandmama? A grown man marrying a child. Don't let me get this book written. Mm-mm-mm. Because I'm telling you, it goes down. It goes down. I'm telling you. There's a lot of stuff people don't pay attention and hide when it's in their family, and want to hear somebody else pour it out, but they ain't keeping it real themselves. I'm not saying that because all your business ain't for the streets. You understand what I'm saying? Some things are better kept in the family to keep it to your business, but at the same time, you need to save that child or whoever's being hurt and abused. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Well, you know the color purple movie, Miss Laurie. How old was I say Whoopi Goldberg, Sealy? How old was she when they gave her to Danny Glover when she had already had two kids by the man she thought was her father. She felt a little bit better when she found out he was her stepfather. How long was that man boring on that girl? How old was she when they married her to Danny Glover? We'll keep that in mind. You see? Mm-hmm. With that right there, that color purple, that was this ain't what you want. I don't even see how any woman, and see what happened with her though. I believe that her mother died, and the stepfather continued to raise her and brought her into his bedroom. But how old was she when she got caught up? And she became a victim from this man. And then when he got tired of laying up with her, he was planning on letting her go because he sold her. I don't know what Danny bought her for, a cow, a horse, or whatever. He sold her to Danny after he done used her up and had two kids by her own stepfather, but she thought was her biological father. Then he married her off with Danny because he said, you know what, now I'm finna get her sister. And do you remember the sister ran away to come stay with Celie and Danny, or Danny was finna start molesting her too. So she tried to get away from the stepfather and she was gonna run dead smack into Danny. Yeah, we do need to know our family history. A lot of times the family history ain't always good either. See, a lot of times people be wanting to do their family history and uncover fun things. And honey, let me tell you, man, sometimes you wish you never looked. Yes, indeed. You wish you never looked because it ain't no joke. Definitely ain't no joke. We really got to know what we know because sometimes certain stuff like that, it'll blow your mind. 'Cause I know a lot of these family members you raised up thinking that your mama was your sister, and all the while she was your mama. Or thinking your uncle was your uncle when he was your daddy. Hmm. Hmm. Let's think about it. That's why I said all this stuff is scary. Every time you turn around, you got another one, another one. Scary and very sad. A lot of stuff that we let happen when we could, nip it right in the bud right away, and we don't. We just keep on adding fuel to the fire and not paying attention to some stuff that we can do something about. I wouldn't care if I got, put out the family. I'm doing something. I'm saying something. I don't recall her age, but I knew she was very young. Yes, ma'am. The age I was so naive. See, that's what I'm telling you. She wasn't supposed to have been with no grown man. I don't even care if she was 16, 18, 20. I wouldn't want to see my 20-year-old daughter, if I had a 20-year-old daughter, niece, cousin, female family member married no damn man 50 years old. I don't care if she considers grown in the law and by law. 21 with a driver's license. I'm not saying that I would stop them and tell them what to do with their business, but I wouldn't want to see nobody 21 marry no grown old man 50 something years old. Maybe there is some cases that they find true love with a lot of these people. I wouldn't want it. And I'm not saying I'm the one to pass judgment or like I know everything, but I wouldn't want that from my uh-uh. Anybody that I know. I wouldn't want to see them go down that rabbit hole. We really got to do better than this out here. This is disgusting. This is why all this needs to perish down. I promise you. I'm not ready to die. I want to finish out what I'm supposed to do here with this lifetime that I have right now. But when he come, I'll be ready to go. I can't. I'd rather be with him than to be with this. You know what I mean? When the time is right. So many of us is lost in the sauce, caught up in the trap. We really got to look at this stuff and pay attention to what's really going on out here, because this is really scary. We gotta get this thing straightened out here, and I just hate to see folks that are caught up and people hurt like this and longing to have a break. You know what I mean? Wanting out. I like all them shows too. Yeah, I just don't know. It's just we're caught out here in the crossfires. And the thing is, I don't know how people don't see the delicate, how delicate our young folks is out here, and that they didn't chose to be here. You have to, you got to look at that for what it's worth, man. I don't know how people can go by and let that just slide like it don't mean nothing. You got to look at this stuff, even with these days now. It ain't good to be out here in no relationship and not looking for a prospective partner to marry and do things with. You know what I mean? You got to have, a plan, have potential about something in your life. It ain't good to, lay out here and sleep with different men as you can, or many as women as you can. You got to have more pride and guard over your body and your mind, because a lot of that stuff messes with your salvation when you out here in the wild. And I mean, there's so many youngins. I know one man, he tried to, and I'm not trying to disrespect nobody, but he tried to, come on, like his family is so perfect, and he's upset that he can't even say my daughter's husband or fiance is just a boyfriend. Yes, she's shacking up, sir. Hey, what can you do? She grown, but I'm just saying, stop trying to be perfect. Just live. Folks don't understand that. We got to do this now. Come on now. You know, we got to pay attention to this. He's not comfortable because he prided himself up. Well, me and my wife, in our family, everybody's married. Okay, no one's out here without being married. You can't take a woman to bed without it being your wife. And he's talking all this blah 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 blah. And now look, your daughter's what, in her 30s, late 30s, 40s, early 40s, and she just has a boyfriend. So that changed this perfect world that you try to portray in front of everybody, because there is no such thing as perfect. And she grown doing what she want to do. I'm not saying necessarily if you're right or wrong, but it ain't up to you. But it like to killed him. You know what I mean? It like to kill him to be able to say that, because he's not living in the real world. He's playing the game. You know, and there's nothing that you can say or do. When it comes to stuff like that, because these people are living just for the moment. They don't, you can't control everybody's life, how they flow, who they with, and what they doing. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not good for a parent to want their child to be married, but it's also not, necessary something to be ashamed about, and it's also none of your business to a certain extent either, because they grown, especially well over that age. I mean, you may not raise them to be that way and to do that, but at the same time, it is what it is. But with this person, they're so caught up in, what other people think, that they messed up. They have missed the boat. you know, they have missed the boat because they're trying to show folks something that they shouldn't even be concerned about. That. You shouldn't be worried about what somebody else think anyway. Once you get yourself caught up with that haughty pride, it'll have you messed up out here in the world, because that's not how you can't survive off of that. Pride will blind you to so many things. And I'm not gonna keep rambling along here, y'all ladies, because I don't know who's still here or not. So I'm gonna step off for a minute, because I don't want nobody to feel that that I'm rambling along and they got stuff to do and they don't want to leave because I just keep talking and talking. Y'all know what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna tap out, and I'll see whoever pops back in or not. Because I know I'm talking long winded here. I'm enjoying it as well. But I know how to be quiet because I got two ears and one mouth for a reason too. So it's all in the works. Yes, sir. Let me go silent for a minute here, so I let y'all take a break or whatever, whoever coming in and out, because I have so many people that come in and out. Oh, that's so nice, Miss Laura. You got your grandbaby there. Bless y'all. That is amazing, ma'am. Go ahead. Family, your descendants, ma'am. Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Finney, for coming. I appreciate it. I just watched your video. I like it. So you guys are some actors over there, huh? I can't wait to see what you're gonna have going next. Thank you. Yes, my dear brother Finney, I am here. I got your back. You know, I come look for you and I'm here for you. Yes, my brother. Thank you for always being there for me too. One hand washes the other. Give thanks and praise. I like what you're doing with your channel. You're doing a lot of good, positive stuff. Thank you so much, Brother Finney. I appreciate it. Keep doing what you're doing. God bless you. And Bert, I just like to say, even if you're here or not, I thank you dearly. I don't even know how to explain how I appreciate you, but you know I got your back too. I'm always there with you too. And I just thank you so much because it takes special people to do a lot of stuff that you do and what I'm doing. Because I tell you, I'm here to ride with everybody. I want to see everybody win, whatever their desire is in life, period. And whatever they're seeking out here on the YT. I like to say prayers are up for Judy Mae Collins, her family, and I prayed that her brother finds some comfort. I appreciate her. I thank her so much for coming to my live. And so many of you beautiful people. And what I try to do is I started it yesterday, and maybe I'll do some of it right now, is where I go onto your video and I let a little bit of it play and I just say, well, you know, what your video's about to show my shout out and appreciation to all you lovely people. But I think I'm gonna have to do this on, I won't say my other channel, but my regular videos. And that's what I want to tell you guys out here on the live. Come by and check me sometime. I do some hauls and a few, you know, a little bit of cooking videos. So come by and check me sometime, y'all. But yeah, Bert, this is awesome. I appreciate it. But everybody is coming through too. You know, a lot of people I know that everybody's not gonna make it around to everybody, but I promise you, this here is awesome. And once again, I have, I've been putting a lot of people together from my past channel and even this hangout spot now. Just folks that need to get together and meet each other because anybody can do this on their channel. And I keep telling them, encourage folks to make friends, to mix and mingle. You know what I mean? And you just keep doing it. Every time people come and check you out on your YT, especially the lives, just tell folks to click and mingle. Like you can say, Sandra, you and Bubba, y'all both do a lot of gardening. Click up, click up, click up. Go on there and drop their links, go to their lives and just get around. But I just want everybody to know that I appreciate you guys more than words can say. This is not some kind of because I noticed that people feel like they got to put together some kind of announcement, and I think you just, flow from the heart and just say how you feel and what you're grateful for and do it moving. And that's basically how I am. I don't like to play games with people and, mislead people and be shady. Let's just take care of each other and do the right thing so that we all can get to where we're supposed to be. You understand what I'm saying? Because a lot of folks, they lost and they need some help. So what we do is we work on helping everybody get to where they need to be. Let me see what I want. There's a prayer that I wanted to read. Father, thank you for your promise to Mary that her giving birth to your son was possible because of your power. Thank you that your promise to me, your promises of me are equal. Thank you that your promise to love and care for me. It's just so much stuff, y'all. Beautiful, beautiful praying. My eyes are on you. You can do it all in the name of Jesus. We can do it all in the name of Jesus. This was a nice prayer. A child wrote that prayer. That's why it sounds the way I had to break it up like that because of their handwriting. A child that was 5 years old wrote it, so it's kind of, but it's all good. What I gotta do? Oh, wait 1 second. I'm sorry. Oh, did you take pictures? Good. I'm gonna put your video up. Oh, that's delicious. You don't want me to? Why, you in it? Oh, I told you to do one for me so I could do the drink. Yes, I've been telling you that from when you first said you was getting the stuff for it that I want to put up a video of the what is it called? The ice. What's that called anyway? Let me see if I can find another nice prayer to read because this was a little one's reading and it was kind of choppy, y'all. I apologize. But isn't it? Yeah, I didn't want to do Bert, you got something going on this evening too, don't you? Thanks for coming, everyone. Bye for now.